Hey everybody, it's DoctorSax, and I'm back with, well, more Ravendawn. And it's going to be a pretty relaxed Sunday stream. It's been rainy here in North Carolina, and I see it's raining in the game, even though we can't hear the rain. Hopefully they'll rectify that at some point in the future. We need a little more attention to the sound events in this game to make it really pop, in my opinion. But anyway, let's see here. It is evening in the game. Throwing a little bit of my own sound effects. This is an alternate character. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to run two characters predominantly in the game, and one will be focused on spell-based damage specs, and the other will be focused on melee and or hybrid specs. Sure, it'll take me longer to level, but I'll have a lot more at my fingertips down the line. Because I have a funny feeling I'm going to be, well, chewing on this game for a long time. I'm as surprised as everybody else. It just is what it is. I dare you to play the game. Go to Ravendawn.online, download it for free, and check it out. And if you're anything like thousands of other players, you'll suddenly realize that, wow, there's actually a lot here. Sure, there's room for improvement, but the gameplay is solid, and the PvP can be fun. And I've seen my share. I've had about 5 different fights so far, and lost every one of them, of course, because, I mean, you know, what do I know? What's going on? I have no idea half the time. But plus, you know, I'm not really on an even playing field with the guys who are attacking me. So that's to be expected. This character, I think, is, yeah, it's a Legacy 22. And his effective level currently is 20. And this is what I'm running. And this is fairly rare build from what I've been noticing, I think. But it's called a shadow spell. It's a combination of shadow, wizardry, and witchcraft. And actually, I'm going to have to tweak this. Now, this is actually really good. I just tossed this on combustion. This is a really good spell in the fire line for wizard. And I've got cards on all 4 abilities here, which is pretty lucky. But I think for grinding levels, it's not optimal to have this as opposed to probably taking a passive. And I'm kind of eyeing Bloodmancer because I need to have something that's going to make me able to withstand multiple enemies, multiple mobs, and not have to quaff pots as often and not have to run as often. Plus, I've never actually run it, I think, yet. I've always intended to run it and never really run this ability. So I'm curious to see what it'll be like, because it's going to give me a heal over time with any kind of dot that I apply to an enemy. So it should make things a little easier on me. So we'll be dealing with that in a second, but I got to go take care of business here on this quest. The most wondrous cloak. I had to kill a bunch of nasty toads over on Tsujeko Island, and I had also wait a period of time, and it looks as if being offline was enough to make it work, which is nice. So I think this cloak should be ready. I don't know if I'm going to get a cloak from this NPC or not, but if he does give me one, I want to know what type of armor it is. It might be an armor piece, and if that's the case, then I don't want to jump in and buy some tier 2 armor that I'm going to regret, because I've been looking to start upgrading my armor sets in here, and I'm running a T1 piece of plate armor that I want to replace, and who knows if this cloak might fit into the chest slot or something. I want to find out what it is. Now, it may just turn out to be nothing, but we're going to head over there anyway and find out. So let's do that. I think I'm good on everything else at the moment. So I've got... Oh, actually, no, I'm not. Let me go into the auction house for a second. I'm buying this cheap, relatively cheap food and meals and drink. But it's, you know, it still helps. Also, I'm not willing to pay... I noticed some of the pricing has gotten pretty steep on things. Let's see here. Like whetstones, for instance. So a regular whetstone on the marketplace is going for 20. But the next level up, which I think is the coarse whetstone, oh, they came down. These were like 300 something yesterday. Okay, these have come down, so I'm going to go ahead and buy me a few of these. Still much more expensive than, obviously, 20 a pop. But worth it, I think, because it'll double on my staff, so it'll give me +6 damage when I run these. But in the meantime, I've got 23 regular whetstones. I need to buy just some basic food. This is cheap. So we'll just go ahead and get like, I don't know, 19 of these. So you can run a baked good, a meal. Oh, do I have no... Wait a minute, I think this might count as baked. I think it does. Yeah. So you can run whetstones on your weapon or weapons. If you run shield, you can also apply it to a shield. So you can, if you're running dual wield, same thing. You can apply one to each weapon. So you can actually get the same overall bonus as somebody with a two-hander if you run in 2 weapons. Then you can run a drink. So meal, drink, baked good, and a sharpening stone. If there's any other kind of buffs out there, let me know. But as far as I know, that's them. And I recommend you use those when you're out doing whatever. As long as it doesn't break your piggy bank. Alright, now let's go over here. Just a Jacko. It costs 177. It's not terrible. And this NPC should be right down here. I just kind of stumbled into him. I don't think I ever did this quest on my main tune.
Finally, where were you? It doesn't matter anyway. Are you ready to be the first person to wear one of the most wondrous cloaks that ever existed in this world which we live in?
Oh, yes, but you're going to cheese me and it's going to be nothing, right?
Well, I won't waste my time going into every detail of how the alchemical components work. In short, it'll absorb all toxins in the wearer's blood. Total immunity to poison.
It sounds too good to be true. Now you'll have me drink a cup of poison.
Idea. Have you ever heard of a Borogorum?
Borog what?
Borogorum is what the locals call the Elder Toads, which rarely emerge from Mordile's caves. I already tested the cloak's efficacy with the poison in those glands you brought me, so I think it's time for a higher bet, don't you?
Don't tell me I gotta go kill more of these things. I've already done like 3 or 4 waves of these things. And I did one of those stones that summoned a whole bunch of them. Gambling with someone else's life isn't very honorable.
Well, my only other option is to bet my own life, and I wouldn't even be paid for that. Besides, I bet you could beat the hell out of an old toad. with an arm tied behind your back. Unfortunately, a Borogorum is incredibly rare, but the locals swear one is hidden in the caves deep beneath Maud Isle. If so, we need to lure it out.
You're not sending me after a fairy tale, are
We'll
you?
find out soon enough, youngling. But speaking of the lure,
Do I look
everyone
young with
knows
my
bugs
gray
are the
beard?
common diet of a full-grown toad, but they have a taste for strong beverages too. Don't you dare. Ale of such dubious quality could compromise this mission. Perhaps I have a solution. Know that castle atop the hill? The good lady Chopin lives there. I know she keeps barrels of good wine in the castle's cellars. It should be perfect, not to mention the bugs crawling around down there.
Castle? I don't think I've been in this.
Well, I certainly hope so. I've been the lady's dutiful assistant for some time now. Tell her you're working with me, and I don't think she'll give you any trouble. Just make sure to ask permission first. Here, take this bottle for the insects and this jar for the wine. Don't forget to tell Lady Chopin I sent you.
I should have known this wasn't going to just be him giving me a cloak. Okay. It's over here. All right. Well, in that case, let's go ahead and make some changes. Let's see. So I want to reset. Not gonna make me reset all this, right? So wizardry. What's happening here? Yes. Okay. Like that. This. Pyroblast. And now we got 3 points to play with again. I'm going to go ahead and do Bloodmancer. Oh. Brother. Got ahead of myself. Well, I really want that, so we're going to have to put points over here. Oh, dang it. That means I got to earn 3 more points before I can get to the Bloodmancer. Oh, fine. Let's look at my cards first. Witchcraft. Nope. Taking Arcane Pulse, but I'm gonna look at these anyway. 3 stacks of Arcane Pulse are applied on a target that will shatter the target's armor. Whenever you cast Arcane Pulse, you have a 10% chance to reduce Arcane Torrent cooldown by 3 seconds. Which is this. Deals 32 spell damage every 0.3 seconds for 1.5 seconds. It's another dot. Increases channeling duration by, it's a channeling spell. I think that means I will be forced to hold still. Not sure. Let's see. Yeah. Because Erupt is a channeling, and that makes me stand still when I cast it. Same with Pyroblast, unless it's instant. It can become instant. I'm not exactly sure why. Oh, channeling time is reduced by 0.7 seconds, and cooldown is reduced by 2 seconds per 10 ether consumed. Okay, so when I have a full bubble of ether, it's a lot faster to cast. It's almost instantaneous if it's full. Okay, so we will not be taking Arcane Torrent or Arcane Pulse, at least not yet. Magic Rupture. Do I have anything? I do. Mana Storm Djinn. Targets under the effect of Magic Rupture take 15% increased damage from Arcane Pulse and Arcane Torrent. Well, that's useless. And this is not really that useful for leveling, so I'm not going to want to take that. It's 3 points. What about this? Eternal Worms. Do I have any cards for it? No. Consumes 3 of your damage over time skills on the target, dealing 50% of their remaining damage and snaring them for 1.5 seconds. So up to 3 damage over time skills, I'm sure. It also heals you for 75% of their remaining damage or double against players. Ooh. Okay. Generates 10 ether per damage over time skill consumed. So that's actually a pretty useful ability. It's going to give me ether back and heal me and apply a dot. No. Yes. Dealing 50% of their remaining damage and snaring them. I don't know. No, it looks like it's not a dot. It just takes the dots that I have applied, hits them with the 50% of the remaining damage, and snares them for 1.5 seconds. Okay, so that's disappointing. I was hoping this would be a dot. Anything to buff Bloodmancer. But it is a heal, and it gives ether. And it doesn't cost anything to cast, other than mana. It's not eating ether, it's not giving me ether on a set block. It's per damage over time consumed. Okay. This will be the one I take. Alright, now we're going to need to earn 3 more points so I can get either Bloodmancer or something else down here. I'm looking at Curse Touch. It depends. This may be so good at healing me in a pinch that I may not feel the need to get Bloodmancer, and I could risk going with something completely different down here. I don't know. We'll see. We got to see how robust I am against groups of mobs before we make that choice. So this is a grind. This is going to be, yeah. But that's why we're doing it. And maybe we'll get lucky and get some points for cards, but I'm pretty sure I don't have anything left. Oh, actually, we're fairly close to getting another Raven pack. Cool. Okay, so let's go and see what this is all about. This Wondrous Cloak. I've never been over to this Lady Chopin's place. How do we get in here? Here? Yep. Hopefully this place is friendly. This entire time I never realized the doors were right there. Oh, I can even craft food here. Guess I don't really have any ingredients on this character. Well, I've got a couple. I don't know how to make anything. My whiz is not a cook. Telescope that I can't use. How's it going, Biz? Yeah, the angle takes some getting used to for people. I used to play Ultima Online religiously years and years ago, so it doesn't bother me that much. I think the angle could be a little different. It could be more like a game like Ultima Online, and it would be a little bit more accessible for people, but this being pixelated graphics, I think it is what it is. It looks more like a lot of games of this type, I suppose. Yeah, Diablo and Ultima had slightly different angles. I think a little more easy on the eyes. This angle is a little odd. But once you get into it, you barely even notice it anymore. The movement's also a little clunky at first, but again, once you get used to it, it just kind of disappears. It becomes more about the mechanics that are behind the gameplay and actually tweaking your character and getting more powerful and trying to figure out what works in combat versus mobs and players. And that's where the fun really is to be had. Then there's the whole aspect of crafting is pretty deep, I guess. And the trade system has a lot of potential. The player economy is real. And there's a lot of money to be made if you have the guts to go try to do trade packs and things like that. So, you know, that's where people are focusing. So all the graphics start to like not be a thing after a while. You barely even think about it. That's the way it is with me. I don't even think about it anymore. I'm just like, okay, what can I do differently on my characters? From what I can tell, the crafting is better in this game than in Albion. One of my biggest complaints, and the reason I'd never really played Albion after the beta phase, is because everybody's pretty much the same. It's hard to stand out with anything, whether it's being a PvPer or regular PvEer or a craftsman. Pretty much everybody has access to everything just by swapping out, you know, armor, weapons, and or tools. It's different here. This is more old school approach to crafting, where it takes a lot more effort to actually work up your crafting skills. So think of something like Ultima Online or WoW, etc. So yeah, if you really want to make a serious smith or a serious cook or whatever, you can, and it will pay. You'll be able to sell your wares for good money, and people will come to you. And if you have guild mates, they're going to be begging you to make their stuff for them, that kind of thing. So it's possible just to like focus on that. Especially, I would say, if you're a part of a big enough guild where if that's your thing and you just want to craft, you could do that as your main focus, and everything else would be secondary. So yeah, it's supposedly much more of a rewarding crafting experience. So it's not going to be easy, and you're going to have to rely on people like me to go around and mine. You know, I'm probably going to be a miner on my secondary stuff, so I can feed ore to the craftsman, and then, you know, that's where I'll probably have my stream of extra income. So I don't want to be bothered with the sailing ships and getting pirated and all that stuff. Yeah, and Albion, it's just, they have a system where everything is just generic across the board, and you can just, you know, which appeals to some people, but I never liked it. Here, you can specialize in all kinds of different stuff, whether it's the different builds, whether you want to be strong in PvE and just stick to the safe zones, or if you want to be a PvPer focus and, you know, go to the war mode channel and or flag yourself for PvP. There's a reputation system like in here. And so based on your actions in the game, you can scale through here. You earn points that these different tiers open up as you buy something in each one. And these are also impacted by, you know, your behavior in the game. So there's basically, you know, good, neutral, evil type rewards. So I'm not exactly sure how deep this goes, but it does have some impact. I would actually like to see more impact in PvP, where there's a little bit of reward for, you know, taking somebody down. It's not full loot, but I don't see any reason why they couldn't address You know, why shouldn't somebody get a piece of silver based on the difficulty of the fight? You know, whether or not it comes from the player directly or the game itself just rewards you. There's different things that they hopefully down the line they'll make it even more interesting for PvP. You know, but the game's this is early access pretty much still, so there's a lot of things coming. They got a big roadmap. Well, I get attacked. I mean, I got attacked early this morning. I logged in and did some grinding. I got attacked twice. Just running around this area doing my thing. So there are murderers. There are always going to be players that will want to be the murderers and will want to go out and just gank people, and that spices it up for everybody. So, and I don't even know. I don't remember. I may have been in the war mode channel, but I'm not even sure. I'm flagged usually for. So you got an option for PvP mode. You can go offensive, peaceful, or defensive. I typically run around in defensive mode. So whatever channel I'm in, they can attack me. But I won't be attacking people automatically. So if you're in defensive, you can basically be a good guy, so to speak, but you're open to PvP. If someone attacks you, then you're allowed to attack them back. Obviously, you can defend yourself. And or you can always go after murderers. And they get flagged with a little murderer icon over their heads and stuff. But then they can go get rid of that icon, you know, their infamy, their murderer status by grinding, I think, on mobs for a set period of time or something. I'm not sure how long it takes or how deep that goes. I do hear people complain about too much infamy. That's why the war mode channel exists, where you can go and you can basically, you're in the war mode channel, you're open to PvP across the board, and there isn't anybody getting infamy. So it's more like the Wild West. And that's cool and all, but not really the way I would prefer to play. But it does give a plus 10% bonus to EXP and silver. You know, so 1997, yeah. Ultima Online and stuff, man. Yeah, so there's incentive to use the war mode channel to actually level up. And I've been told by people that it's worth doing. I've had no real big problems. It's like, what can you don't really have any major impact on your character, especially 20 or below. You're not even going to pay to res. Once you get past, I think 25, or no, it's effective. If your effective level is above 20, then you'll start having to pay to res yourself. And it's just tiny amounts at first, but it goes up quite a bit as you scale up. So once you're up to, like, I've seen guys that are like 35 plus effective level, they're paying, you know, 1,000 plus to res themselves, I think. So then it can get to be where if somebody kills you over and over, that can be annoying. Yeah, people mention Tibia. I never played Tibia, but ultimately, it's just, I guess this game even reminds YouTube's algorithms of Tibia, because YouTube currently thinks this is Tibia. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe this might be the Tibia engine buried underneath, but as far as I've been told, all the assets are custom created by the dev team that's worked on this for years. So, yeah, cooking is separate. The professions are completely separate from your levels as far as your character and your archetypes. And your 3 archetypes create classes. You know, basically you get a class name. So, you know, this is a shadow spell. So shadow, wizardry, and witchcraft equals shadow spell. If this was spiritual, wizardry, and witchcraft, would be an arcanist, etc. You know. If you put together like a protection spec with fighter and whatever else, you'd get like a paladin, you know, so you see what I mean. So yeah, they're completely separate from the professions. So what you do with your professions is what you do with your professions. I don't know if those have designated titles on them as you level up. They're super hard to level up, though. Even like mining takes forever to level up. So fishing takes forever to level up. I mean, it's a grind. So Yeah, I just put tags on the titles for Ravendawn, and I always put the game names into the titles on YouTube. Usually YouTube will have a slot to put in the correct name, but they do not have any reference to Ravendawn on YouTube yet, which is really odd. You would think the developers would be all over them saying, hey, maybe they are, but, you know, YouTube can take a while, so. But it's all right. I mean, that's why I put in keywords and stuff. People seem to be having no problem finding my Ravendawn streams, and my Ravendawn videos go straight to YouTube because I simulcast, so. But anyway, where is this lady? Maybe she's upstairs. Yeah, you pay for fast travel. It's a nominal amount usually. Depends on, of course, on how far you go. And you do have a single teleport to Ravencrest, the capital city, that you can use, I think, like once every 2 or 3 hours. And then if you pay them, you know, some of your actual in real life money, you can, of course, cut the timers down on just about everything. You get a little more bonus to, you know, kiss on your experience gained, et cetera, et cetera. So there's incentive to pay for their coins and then use those basically for like a monthly subscription type deal if you want to go that route. Or you could just buy cosmetic stuff, or, you know, some people buy a banker that they can access in the world whenever they want, you know, and all those have different price tags on them. So that option is there to, you know, keep the devs in business. Not really pay to win, I would say, but it is definitely an advantage. I'm even considering doing it if I start to like really play this heavy, but right now I'm not willing to do it. Playing for free so far has been fine. There she is. Referral link. I think I just put DoctorSax one word, I'm pretty sure. But I wouldn't use mine. Go ahead and use, if you're going to do a referral link, I'm not even able to qualify to be a streamer, you know, in their streamer category, their program for this game. I would recommend you go ahead and put in like Nazori or Jonah Vale, one of those two channels. And also watch those channels. They have also a lot of good tutorials that they put up and stuff. They stream the dog out of this game. So if you really want to learn more about the game, you'd probably be better watching one of those guys, because I think they're in the top 5 for streaming the game. But yeah, I mean, if you want to try to use it for referral for me, I'm pretty sure it's just DoctorSax. But you also, if you go to their channels, I think they have drops. Maybe that drop program is still going on. So if you sit in their channels and watch them, you'll actually get some rewards that you can, you know, gain. You can gain like Raven Pack points and stuff like that. Maybe even patron points also, I think, accrue that you can use in the game without having to pay. So. Let's see what this.
I've done everything
Yeah,
I
I was
can
going to
to
say,
keep
I'm trying to get
this
this
clean.
cloak or
But
whatever
if
it
Lady
is.
Chopin don't care, then I don't care.
Oh, she's not
It was hard
Chopin.
enough with a full staff, but now it's impossible. Do you hear me? Impossible. After Lord Chopin disappeared, the lady dismissed most of us and let the castle fall into disarray. I wonder, if a person's living space is an extension of themselves, what would this castle say about them?
Struggling?
Losing a loved one is hard, yes. But that doesn't mean your home must also fall into ruin. I don't understand why the Chopins are so obsessed with goblins anyway. Monstrous creatures. Just ask the villagers. They hardly go a day without needing to fight off the nasty little imps.
This place is pretty big. Oh, top of the tower. There's also a player housing system in the game, but it needs work because they ran out of land so fast. But they're going to put in basically instant housing as a solution, I think, in the next major patch, but they're working on that. So that's a bit of an advantage for people that have housing, admittedly. There she is. You're right, downstairs. Ah, Chinggis. I've seen you, Chinggis. Do what? I have to put your name in order to... What? What name? Anything I want? It's the first time I've done this. Or do I just click this? Oh, there we go. Okay, duh. Making it more complicated than it is.
A stranger wanders into my castle, covered in dirt and slime, no less.
Yes, I must apologize for my
At
appearance.
least your manners are forgivable. Although you could have bothered to clean your feet outside first. Well, you must be here for a reason. Spit it out, please.
Agnor sent me.
Such as...
A jar of wine, a bottle full of insects.
Agnor put you up to this, did he? I don't even want to ask.
Yeah, it's probably better.
In any case, if wine and bugs are things Agnor needs, you have my permission to take them.
She must have read my
There's a large
mind.
cask of fine wine right down these stairs, in fact. And about the insects, well, just search around furniture or crates. It's a little embarrassing, but I'm sure you'll find more than a few. Ah, one more thing, adventurer. When you've finished with Agnor, do come see me. I may have a job for you.
Oh, okay, more jobs, always good. Thank you.
Good to hear. Then I shall be expecting you, dear. Don't disappoint me. Goodbye for now, adventurer.
Yeah, I suppose if somebody uses referral code, I get something out of it, but, you know, I haven't even thought about it, to be honest. That's why I'm not shy about recommending other people. Oh, here we go. All right, hold on a second. Let me see. I don't expect something will jump out, but maybe it will. Oh, jar of wine. Could this be this easy? Only dust. Okay, so we're just searching everything here. So we're just looking for bugs. This is real exciting right here. Pile of dead termites stuffed in the bottle. All right. Search the furniture. Okay, so I got to keep looking for more of them. I don't think I can get this one in the corner. Yeah, I can. Nope. Okay, this is like the biggest building I've seen in the game so far, without a doubt. I'm just wondering if this cloak will actually be something useful for all this. I'll probably get trolled and it won't end up being anything I can even utilize. Yeah, I wouldn't mind making this into a wizard's castle. I'm a little underwhelmed, unfortunately, by the housing in the game. Most games don't get housing right anyway, let's face it. That's why I'm excited about a game like PAX Day, where you actually will be able to craft and construct your own house in an MMO. That'll be nice. I like to build stuff in games, so. Okay, 60 out of 100. Oh, I might have missed one here. Oh. The table. Star Wars Galaxies. Oh, you mean on like one of the private servers? I never played Star Wars Galaxies, but I always heard great things about it. That was pretty in-depth, apparently. I played Shadowbane, but it wasn't quite player housing as much as it was actual creating cities, fortresses. That's available in private server now too. It was defunct. That game was done, but they brought it back to life again. Same thing with Warhammer Age of Reckoning, I think. It's available again. That's worth a look if you've never played that. There's no player housing in it that I remember, but it's a fun game if you're a Warhammer fan. All right, well, they didn't think this through because this makes you close the door. They need a quality assurance lead to take care of stuff like this. Yeah, Shadowbane was a lot of fun back in the day. I was in a crazy PvP guild, and I was the main city builder. In fact, I'm pretty confident that my one of my constructs was the longest living city in the history of the game, Blackspire. But I have no way of knowing for sure. Okay, we're having no luck here. Come on. How hard can it be to find some cockroaches or ants or something? Yeah, I haven't played Mortal online, but I've heard a lot of negative. I don't know. People have some issues with that game. That's for sure. But not saying it isn't worth a look. I don't know, but be prepared, I guess. Yeah, Shadowbane was also very hardcore. I mean, people could come and start trying to break down your walls. And it was on, man. It was... I remember one time, a bunch of us stayed home from work because we got attacked at like 4 o'clock in the morning. We were literally making phone calls to each other like, hey, yo, the Capitol's under attack. I mean, you know, that was, looking back though, it was hilarious. It was fun, man. We were just like, we've never experienced anything quite like it. Okay, wait a minute. Don't tell me I can't get out of here now. There we go. It had a lot of problems with, just like a lot of games back in those days, it had technical issues. So I remember one time in particular, my guild was a small guild of elite PvPers that were all over the globe, and which helped because we could have guys online all the time, right? So we'd have guys from Australia, New Zealand, Sweden, Germany, America, whatever. But we were a pretty small guild. But it was a big deal if we could take on people, that were, 5, 10 times our size and win. And we actually were doing that. In fact, at one point, we were pretty much at war with everybody on the server. And I remember we had a real drag out for like a week. And we were going to win pretty much the capital city. I forget what the heck were they called? Some cringe name like Lords of Justice or something. Anyway, Defenders, something. Anyway, man, it's been a long time. But regardless, the server crashed right as we were about to take the city. Start your conspiracy theories. We were all just like, what? Yeah. So that's one of the reasons Shadowbane failed. And that wasn't the first time it had happened. So I think it was about the third time we'd had a major crash happen at a crucial point in a big guild fight. So we were pretty much over it at that point. And then some other stuff started to happen. The typical, like the same thing that's plaguing a lot of games right now, like Tarkov and even Dead by Daylight and stuff like that, right? They're all loaded with hackers and cheaters. And a lot of those guys are like selling assets and stuff. Well, gold dupers and people like that got into Shadowbane, and they really screwed the game. And we had a guy backstab my guild using internal tools. He betrayed us, and he deleted our entire major city, our major trade city, in one night. Ruined, 3 months worth of work by dozens of people in a matter of no time. And that was another reason that our guild decided to just move on to something else. So there you go. Gaming, man. There's some rotten people in gaming sometimes, so watch yourselves. I was the one warning people about the particular guy too. I was like, I don't have a good feeling about this dude. He hates me. I said that's a red flag. I know I'm not easy to get along with sometimes, but usually people know that I'm honest. But this guy just hates my guts. I was like, and you gave this dude access to everything. I'm like, that's gonna bite us in the you know what. And sure enough. Classic memories, man. Man, I cannot find these bugs. Like insects, I should say. Talking about bugs. I reminded you why you didn't want to continue with Ambient. It looked like the devs control the majority of real estate in that game. Well, that's sad to hear, but yeah. Well, like, I mean, it happens in other industries too. Like, I don't know, I'm a comic collector, so there's a big scandal that just happened in the comic collecting world where the comic grading company, CGC, the major grading company, had people on the inside stealing books and replacing books with lower grade books and then reselling, and they made tens of thousands of dollars over the who even knows how many years. And now there's a huge lawsuit ongoing against these guys by CGC itself. They're trying to preserve the reputation, and heck, they're trying to preserve the hobby, man. So these things, in my opinion, and I know I'm not alone in this, we've reached a point in time now with like gaming where these hackers are costing us, because most of us have grown up, like I'm an old guy, right? I'm in my 50s. But most of you guys who game now are 18 plus. So when these people are screwing around with our games, they're costing us time and money. There needs to be sterner examples made out of these hackers where they need to face real-time fines, penalties, and in some cases, jail time. And that'll put an end to some of it. But until they get serious about it, they're always going to keep doing it in every game that they can do it in. So, okay, I'm up to 80 out of 100. So I finally found some bugs. And unfortunately, I'm sure there's going to be people, you know, cheating in this game eventually, too. But let's hope not. Oh, did I check? No, I couldn't check that little... Let's go back up here. Oh, there's still more. All right, it's a big place for a reason. Russians break arms of CS1 hackers. Hey, good for the Russians. Yeah, but then the Russians, they're not clean themselves, right? I used to be a World of Tanks player, but I finally got tired of that because it's pay to win, so Russians have their own way of doing business. They don't want people cheating because they want to run the games that cheat people out of their money. So it's all a matter of perspective, I guess. I guess I already looked at these, but they're letting me look more than once. Oh, hello. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. I didn't respect my, didn't put my stuff back on the keys I usually have them on. Hold on a second. Let me move this Pyroblast up to here. Boom. Okay. I think everything else is where I had it. Except this. I had it on 6? 5? No. No, I had it on 5. Okay. We're good. Well, that was a surprise. A little nasty. That means head back to Egnor's hut. Okay, I think we got what we need. Now, is this guy going to actually give me anything from my troubles? I can't get out this way. Counter-Strike. Yeah, I don't know. I was part of the initial pre-retail Counter-Strike crowd. What was that back in like 1999, 2000? 2000? Anyway, used to play that game like crazy, but I never got into the retail. I moved on to other stuff. Ended up moving anyway. Out of state and things like that. All right. Down here's the exit. Here we go. Okay. Where'd they go? They attack somebody else? Yep. They do that sometimes. They'll just aggro somebody in the middle of a fight. It's weird. Yeah, 1.3, maybe. I know 1.5 for sure. I might have started with 1.3. I think I did start with 1.3. I think I quit around 1.5. I used to play that game with a joystick and track ball, believe it or not. Mad Catz trackball. Who remembers those suckers? I was a maniac. I don't know what I was thinking, but it worked. Worked really good, actually.
So, did you talk with Lady Chopin?
I did. Yes, here is the wine and
The
insects.
worms of Cuckoo Castle are unmatchable. Lady Chopin raised them just fine. And just the smell of the grapes. By the light. Let me save some wine for later. Never know when it might come in handy.
So Ravendawn, what's the difference between the two server options? So the server's global or split between regions? They're just two different server options. Angerhorn was the first one. That's the most populated one. That's where the major people, PvP crowd probably is hanging out. That's the reason I originally went ahead and created a character on the second, but then I quickly, within just about 8 levels, said, what am I doing? Hold on. So I created a character. Now I have 2 characters over here on Angerhorn. So there's no difference really, other than you may have more opportunity to possibly get housing maybe on the fresher one. I don't know. But they might both be completely sold. I know this one is like, you'll probably never get housing on here unless somebody sells on Angerhorn, but I think it's probably a little more casual over on the newest one. You're not going to get as many tryhards. But other than that, it's probably exactly the same. And I don't know exactly where they're based. I have no idea where the servers are based. I haven't had any lag, really. I mean, it's laggy sometimes depending on the channels. So if you go to war mode, you're going to have a lot more people probably in that channel than any of the other channels, because they all want to try to get that taste of the extra bonus silver and EXP. Plus, there's the PvP aspect of it that's always going on. So it's going to draw a bigger crowd in general from the other layers. But usually I don't have any major lag even on war mode. But you will notice a little glitch and glip once in a blue moon, but it's not bad. All right, wait a minute.
So, did you talk with Lady Chopin? The worms of Cuckoo Castle are unmatchable. Lady Chopin raised them just fine. And just the smell of the grapes.
Is this the wine for your mission?
Easy, youngling. Every old machine needs its fuel. But enough with the small talk. It's time to prepare our toads.
The classes are dynamic. You can change them and mix them around anytime you want.
Drop the big fat bugs into the jar of wine. Stir well and ta-da. Perfect bait for a fat old frog.
You sure this will work?
Well, theoretically, yes. Toads eat bugs, old folks drink wine. We want to catch an elderly frog, so ta-da. Look, the worst that can happen is we find out the Borogorum was all myth and legend after all.
All right. Hoping it still be of use if that
Well,
happens.
fighting lesser toads isn't my ideal way of testing the cloak, but it's something at least. Anyway, focus on your objective, to take perfect care of my newest creation. Behold, the toadish cloak.
Wow, wondrous
I
indeed.
told you, didn't I? You don't need to wear it right now. But make sure to put it on before you lure the Borogorum, okay? Now be on your way. Descend into Maud's deepest caves and find out where the old frog's lair is.
Any idea about where I start
If you
looking?
can't find them wandering around like the others, they're probably hiding underwater.
All right. Something tells me I'm going to end up fighting a boss, but I'm not going to get any... Oop. I was saying I don't run into lag very often. Here's some lag right here. I'm frozen in place. This will probably wear off here in a couple seconds. Yeah, so while I'm stuck here, so basically you can reset archetypes here. So these are called archetypes, right? And these are all here. So there's what, 8 of them, right? So there's 8 archetypes, and any combination of 3 creates a different class name. And then you get to pick, obviously, how deep you go into any of the trees. And then on top of that, there's tradable, well, not tradable, but there's cards similar to a trading card game, but they're not tradable, at least not yet. I don't think they ever will be, but you know, people have been saying, oh, wouldn't it be nice? But anyway, so there's a card system. You can get points called Essence, Ravendawn Essence. It's the purple stuff that you'll get once in a while out of bags that you loot, and you can apply those every 300 Essence. Allows you to buy a Raven pack, and then you'll get a series of new cards at random in the Raven pack, and then these all have different abilities that can apply to any of your powers in your skill point trees, and these can change things dramatically. And I think there's currently 2 different cards per ability, all through every archetype. So there's a lot of cards, and then there's also different levels of cards. There's legendary and there's mythic, which are the top 2 tiers of cards. And I don't have anything even close to that level that I've found yet. But so you can see it can get pretty deep as far as how you want to customize your characters and how you customize your gameplay. And then there's the whole level of gear on top of that. And the gear itself can be imbued. It basically enchanted, just another name for enchanting. So, you know, like that's the thing. There's different tiers of gear. There's basic plate, cloth, and leather. And then these give set bonuses of different types based on the type of armor it is. So leather gives me crit chance bonus. And then plate gives like a health bonus, healing receive bonus, and weapon defense bonus. So it all scales pretty well, right? It's basically, no one really knows for sure what's what yet, especially like even in stats. That's all ongoing experimentation. They're trying to figure out when these things plateau. So there's, you know, I'm sure there's guys doing a lot of number crunching and spreadsheets and things, you know how that goes. So the game's still so new that everyone's learning, which is great. You know, there isn't a whole lot of stuff on wiki pages and things yet to blow the experience. So I'm still stuck here. Okay, that was a bug with the door. Yeah, figures I would discover some weird bug. All right. Yeah, mixing and matching. Now it starts to cost a little money to make changes as you get higher in level, but I don't think it'll ever stop you. Plus, it's actually, well, you can't really see it on this character, but on my main character, I have like almost 20 in every one of the archetypes. So it actually is a good idea to level the archetypes, because every archetype that you level, you'll gain additional skill points. And those skill points are available universally. So if you earn points by leveling all 8 of these archetypes, you'll have a deeper pool of skill points available to you a little bit faster that you can apply to 3 archetypes on your class. See what I mean? So it's good practice. So the more that you do these, the better you'll understand what they can do. And then when you have to face off against somebody who's using, say, archery or holy or protection, etc., you'll have a much better, you know, fight against a player, etc. So yeah, as you can, I mean, like I said, this is why the game is drawing a lot of people into it, because it has this cartoony look on the surface, but it's got a really deep system underneath. And in a lot of ways, it's a lot better than, you know, I was watching, what is that AAA Ubisoft game that just came out with the pirates? And it's like another $70+ game, and it looks like trash. I'm like, these indies are going to just destroy the AAA gamers, the AAA gaming companies, if they continue to put out games that look good but play like trash, you know. Yeah, so the effective level. So this is a little odd. So this takes a little getting used to. So basically what effective level means is this is the combination of the archetypes and the levels of the archetypes, right? So let's say I was to swap. So currently I have 20 level in Shadow, 21 in Wizardry, 21 in Witchcraft, which gives me an effective level of, when it averages out between the 3, of 20, right? So if I was to suddenly swap out any of these with one of these zeros, right, then the average would dramatically decrease, right? It would go down to like 12 or something, my effective level, right? And then it would increase as that 0 starts to go up. And of course the archetype will increase at a fairly rapid point, but it gets a little longer with each level in the archetype. But you can, you know, if you sit down at a session like I'm doing right now, it only takes a couple hours really to get any of these archetypes into, you know, 15+. So, and then of course it gets a lot harder as you get past 20 and on and on. And it gets like crazy, like guys who are like in their 40s and up, you know, they're really grinding like crazy. There's only a handful of guys, I think, in the game that are like 60+. Yeah, it probably rounds down, yeah. So that's the nuts and bolts of it. So when they talk about legacy level, that's your actual level, not counting this this computation of the archetypes. And then that legacy level is counted towards things like gear and rewards. So currently I'm trying to reach legacy level 25. And then when I reach that, I'll get rewards. And then you can click on that icon next to it. You can actually see what the rewards are. So I'll get like 4,000 silver, a small land deed, which is what you need to buy a house in game, if there was one available. Also a 300 Dawn Essence bottle, which is nice because that'll be able to buy a Raven pack. And then 100 Warband Infusion medallions, and those can be used to enchant a piece of gear. Can you be 60 in one spec? Not really, no, because you're always going to be running 3. So you're always going to have, you're always going to have, upwards of the same level in at least a couple of different, like these here are my major ones that I've been running. So they're pretty much side by side in level. So, you can concentrate, you can blow off all the archetypes and just concentrate on, 3, or really go all heavy into 1. You don't have to put, you could have like 3 archetypes, but only put points into 1. You're free to decide where you want to spend your skill points. It doesn't really force you into the 3-spec system. You can concentrate on 1 and ignore the other 2, but it will make you have the 3 in the layout. But you don't have to put points into those. You can ignore them. Reading skills, yeah. So it's up to you. You have the complete freedom to design what you want, and like I say, you can always reset. You can even just swap out. You can like I just did earlier. I reset archetypes, but I only reset wizardry because I wanted to actually rework the points that I had put in here. And you don't ever lose the levels that you earn in the archetypes, right? They'll always remain, and they'll always go up whenever you actually utilize them. So you could mothball any archetypes. Like I've got 18 in protection, right? But I'm not using protection. But if I wanted to go and grab protection and throw it in here right now, it would only drop my effective level down by maybe 1 or 2. So it would maybe drop me down to 18 or 19, because 18 is obviously slightly lower than the minimum I have here of 20. So it's always viable. And then at that point, when you swap it back in, you just have to decide if you're going to spend skill points in here again. What I recommend is, until they get like good builder apps online where you can save builds, you go ahead and just screen cap some of your favorite builds as you go through the game. And then you'll always have a reference. So if you go back, you'll go, oh, what was that I did like 2 weeks ago? Oh, there it is, Save yourself some time and headache when you go into 5 points again. Why would you want to de-level anything? It doesn't hurt you to have levels. The points are always available. So if you reset, you'll get all your points back. You'll still have the levels, but you can always get the points and respend them any way you see fit in any of the archetypes, in any combination. The levels have nothing to do with it. All levels mean is that you've earned that many more skill points. That's all that is. In fact, I don't think there's even level scaling in the game between players. I don't think you actually have it's not like WoW, where WoW gives a player a massive advantage if he's higher level. He'll do more damage to you and take less damage if you're lower level. I don't think that's how it works in this game. But the difference is you're going to go up against guys who are higher level that will have access to higher tier gear and will obviously have more imbues on their gear, etc. So there will be an advantage to them, but it won't be as crazy as something like World of Warcraft does. Oh yeah. After 20, you start paying a nominal fee for resurrections and stuff, but it's nothing. It's like 60 silver. It's literally nothing. It goes up slowly. It hasn't been a big deal. The thing that'll be more annoying for you when you die, that will actually cost you more silver, will be your buffs. So like here I've got my brandy, I've got my baked good, my meal, right? And then my whetstones. These cost, right? These cost money. So if a player kills me and I've got buffs on me, depending on the cost of the buffs, that's going to cost me more in general at my level than actually resurrecting. So keep that in mind. So yeah, there's a little bit of a price to be paid for getting killed in the game, but it's not anything like Ultima Online where you had full loot and you lost all your gear. It's pretty tame, but you will get a little sting. You know, you're going to be a little annoyed if somebody kills you and you just put all your buffs on and some level, some guy twice your level comes in and ganks you in a cave and makes you blow like 300 plus silver in buffs. That's going to annoy you a little bit. But that's about the worst of it. Travel back to Maud Isle to test the Toadish cloak. What is this all about? Oh yeah, up here. Oh wait, are they back in this cave again? Oh brother. Yep. Whoa, holy crap, pigeon. Scared the... Where'd she come from? She scared the life out of me. Alright, so I'm going to pop on some buffs here. Alright, so now I've got 4 different buffs happening, ranging from 30 to 20 minutes. For some reason, drinks only last 20 minutes. Wait, what? Oh, this is an NPC. That was a player.
Stop right there, fellow. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Okay, lady. Nobody stopped me from going down here before. What's this all about? Who are you?
Call me Pigeon. I'm someone very much like yourself.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm an adventurer, a mercenary, a problem solver for hire.
Uh-oh. So what?
So, with that in mind, it might be easier to explain my motivations here. I've been watching you coming in and out of that hut in the village, back and forth to this crappy island, and now you're carrying such a unique piece of clothing. May I take a closer look?
So that's why you're here, for an exquisite artifact.
Frankly, I'm more interested in the crafter of such an item. What name is he going by now? Agonor.
What do you know of
You might
Agonor?
want to ask yourself the same question. Listen, I'm going to be straight with you. Agonor was a member of the Goldhammer, a notorious guild that disappeared a decade ago.
Go on.
The Goldhammer was full of brilliant artificers until they got in trouble with the Ravenguard for their practices. I interrogated one of their members. The bastard proudly admitted to killing children.
Oh, jeez.
These are Agonor's old pals. So when I heard rumors that a member of the Goldhammer had surfaced again, I couldn't let it pass by.
I thought your old Agonor was just a nice old guy, but how do we know we can trust this chick, right? I see your point, but what do you want from me?
This cloak you're carrying, what did Agonor ask you to do with it?
I'm not going to tell you that.
Can't trust anyone but yourself, eh? Fine. Examine him when you next meet. Every member of the Goldhammer was branded with a scar on the back of their left hand, in the shape of a hammer. If you can confirm Agonor has it, well, there's our proof.
Proof of what? I still don't know if she's telling me the truth. If it is him, what do you intend to do?
I've been paid only to observe. Track him down, see if he's still active, see who he's working with. Not my duty to decide his fate, though. You should know I'm observing. As soon as you have more information, come back here and we'll talk.
Jeez. Okay. What is this all about? If Agonor is guilty, it'll be my pleasure.
Thank you. Just because we work for coin doesn't mean we can't do the right thing every now and then. I'm heading back to my hideout now. Whatever you discover about Agonor, please come back and inform me.
I don't trust you, but I'll keep the whistle just in case. Deal.
Thanks.
Maybe she is working with the Raven Guard. All right, now can I go down here or what? All right. Now it gets, oh, there's players down here. He's wounded. All right. I don't care about the Toad, so if he wants to kill Toads, go for it. I was down here for a couple hours this morning. I'm looking for... Try calling a bogrum out of its lair by using a jar of toad lure on the underground pools. Oh! Whoa, ouch. What was that? Oh, one of these guys. Oh. Here we go. Oh my goodness. A little too spicy. I'm out of here. Wow. Yeah, so we can get interesting real quick. The pops are a little too fast in the game. I've already messaged them on the system. You can put in feedback. I don't know if they'll change it ever, but I think it's too fast. Nothing like fighting a couple mobs and all of a sudden, bam, something spawns right in on top of you. I'm a little squishy, so on this character. This is what I would love if other players would just clear the way and let me look at the ponds down here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, hello. Get him. Another one just attacked me. There we go. All right, jeez. Everybody, calm down. There's nothing over here in this nook. Yeah, the combat starts out pretty easy, and then it gets a lot more challenging. Oof. Oh, hello. Luckily, these players seem to be on the up and up and not looking to murder me yet. Yeah, there's different types of Star Wars Galaxy servers. Hey, you know, that's great. I've heard it's, definitely worth checking out. Oh my gosh, here we go again. I'm gonna back up, take a pot. Ah, my goodness. Okay. Have a beer. You can drink wine and beer and cider and stuff to like boost your health and mana regen if you need to in an emergency. These will drop a lot of times. You can buy this stuff. All this stuff you can also buy on the auction houses. I wouldn't call it a long tutorial, but it's actually a fairly enjoyable tutorial, and it teaches you a lot. Okay, let's see if this... Oh, brother. Do I have to go down? Here's a pool. No interaction. Okay. We got to go down. I'm not happy about that. Okay. I don't think I've been down this deep in here. Or a blast to the face. Oh, ouch. So this is why I need to change my build so I can have some more healing, because this gets crazy on this guy. Well, 2 glass cannon. Woof. Okay. He's probably on the same quest as I am. Let's see. All right, well, he's helping. Better have somebody along for this little ride. Ooh. Hey, what though? My mage can dish out some damage. Oh, here we go. Water's too shallow for a toad lair. Oh, I got jebaited. Great, we're gonna have to fight more pops out here. Yep. Ow. Whew. Okay. Yeah, if you wipe enough of your archetypes, yeah, I think they will reset if you wipe all your archetypes, but you have to wipe all of them for the attributes to reset, or you can reset them straight in here manually. Find your character sheet. Oh. Actually, I might have been down here once before. This looks a little familiar. This might have been for another quest. Die, you little... Whoop. This passage seems to need special access. What the heck? Yeah, it's two different things, but if you wipe all three archetypes, it'll reset your points. Pretty sure. Oh, brother, this is too much. I'm gonna die. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm toast. Pretty sure. Yep. This is why the pops are too fast. Oh boy. So just trying to search for this thing is going to be a pain in the tuchus. So now you see all the buffs that I spent, they're gone. So the silver along with them pretty much evaporates. So that sucks. But that's why I'm not spending a whole bunch of money on expensive buffs right now. When you're experimenting and leveling up, I don't recommend you go crazy with spending silver on stuff off the marketplace. What's suicide? I mean, you're going to reset archetypes. You don't lose the levels. You may forget where you put your points. Too many damn toads down here. Ouch. All right, let's put some buffs back on. I'm gonna use a bigger stone for this. I'm on war mode right now. I hit him hard. I popped my mana overcharge on that one. So every weapon has its own special ability. It's got a 45-second cooldown. Okay, here we go. And every one of these caves is so damn claustrophobic. Whew. Okay. I see what you mean, bud. Yeah, I look like Gandalf. This is kind of based on the color scheme for my Dungeons & Dragons wizard, actually. Normally on a Sunday night, we'd be playing D&D, but We haven't had a session in 3 damn weeks, and this one was spoiled because of the Super Bowl, so. But me and the DM are scheming up potential to maybe create some new characters for some secondary campaign, so we can always do smaller groups. Coming back to the hobby after 30 years, 40 years, something crazy. Okay, man. I think we're going to work our way east, maybe, this time. At least 2 down here. Man, they got range on them. Ow. Yeah, I've never done partying yet. This is the first time there, Chinggis. Alright, let's hope there's a pool down here. Oh man, of course there's another frog. Ah. How do we reply? Is it like /R? I'll do it the long way for now. Oops, no, that didn't work. Hold on. I can't do all this and fight these things, but I don't want to have a bunch of damn toads on me again after I work my way down here. Yeah, I'm on war mode. War mode, war mode, war mode. I said earlier, I guess you didn't hear me. Die! Jeez, this thing. Oh my, these pops, man. Oh, brother. They're blocking me in. Oh. Oh, come on. A bleed got me. Or he long... Ah, brother. Yeah, I can't do chat and this all at once, and it's like... Damn it. I was so close. The damn pool was right there. There's one war mode. I've never seen 2 war modes. War mode's called war mode. There's more than one war mode? Hold on a second. Let me look here. Since when? There's only one war mode channel. Oh, I'm not on Seraphine. I'm on Anger. No, I'm on Anger. There's one war mode channel. Looking right at it. There's 18 channels plus war mode. I gotta fight my way all the way down there again. You must be on my server though, because, or maybe you're not on my server. Well, I'm telling you, I'm looking right at the channel selector, and I've never seen more than one war mode ever since I played the game, and I'm on Anger War. Why would there be more than one war mode channel? War mode. It doesn't have a number. It's just called war mode. There's no number on it. I have my number hidden up here using a selection out of the settings, so I don't have people looking for me that I don't want to look for me. But I'm on war mode. It says your channel war mode. See it right there? Now somebody else is messaging me. Is this a friend of yours? Which one is Bud? Okay, well, I'm gonna have to get off war mode now because I don't want people stream sniping me. So, channel 1. I can't swap while I'm outside the protections. Okay, hold on. Is this protected? This is it right here. War mode. I'm scrolling through it right on my screen. Do you guys see more than one war mode? You're making me crazy, honestly. If there's more than one war mode channel, why don't they have different names? That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't, if there's 2 war mode channels, why aren't they labeled war mode channel 1, war mode channel 2? Anyway, which number am I, which number do you guys want me to go to? Pick a number, because I can only do it once without a delay. What number are you on? 14, is that the number you guys want? Yeah, but I'm... It's just easier to tell me which one you're on. Yeah, some of the quest NPCs I think use AI, some use actors, some have no voice. Apparently, yeah, it looks like Tibia, but I've never played Tibia. I never even heard of Tibia until I started playing this game. It's like, what's Tibia? It sounded like a bone or something. All right, well, I'm gonna switch. I'm not staying in war mode. I'm gonna move out of war mode because now I'm a target. Anybody can come to war mode now and kill me without any repercussion. I don't want that. If they're going to kill me now, I want it to at least sting a little bit. They'll get infamy. All right, I'm going to 1. Oh, wait a minute. This doesn't count as a protection? What the hell? Do I got to go to the capital now? Hold on a second. I'll just port back. Maybe this counts up here. Nope. All right, back to the capital it is. Okay, now. There we go. All right. I'm on 1. Your name's glowy red, so we're on the same one. We're on the same 1-1. All right, well, who's this dude that messaged me? Somebody messaged me. I don't even know where to find. Where do you even find says? They're gone, I guess. Cool, I am here. I see you. How do you do local? Please wait 11 seconds to speak in this chat again. Wait, I'm in the wrong... Where? How does this work here? Is this local? How do you just wipe this stuff? Here we go. Say. Jeez. There we go. It's working. That's probably the first time I've typed in this game. You putting somebody else into the group, I guess? Back in 5 minutes. All right. I don't see Chackle in the group. Is he in the group with us? It doesn't look like it. Hold on a second. Should we put him in the group? He's just going to siphon off our experience. Yeah, but outside a group, in group, we all share experience more, don't we? I don't know how the group mechanics works, but I'm assuming. Is Chackle, are you in my chat or not? I'm confused. Hold on a sec. Oh, you're Gabriel. All right. Hold on. I don't see an invite. Requests. I don't have any requests for some reason. I'm looking right in social. I don't see it. I don't see requests. Oh, wait. Nope. I'm looking right here. No requests. 0. Okay, hold on. Oh, damn it. This interface. There we go. There it is. Good. All right, so now do I get... How do you invite to group? Party? Man, this is awkward. Oh, you must be the leader. I knew it was going to do that. All right. Michael, you need to invite Jackal. I can't do it, apparently. So we can't see party members on the minimap, I guess, huh? Where'd Chiggers go? Oh my goodness, what's going on up here? What is happening? Get out of there. Somebody's got a damn rock spawned up there, I think. Yep. Yep. Holy mackerel. Oh. Okay. I don't know where you went, Jiggas, but we're in big trouble down here. Oh man, I'm dead. I'm gonna be dead here. Yep, I'm toast. Who the hell popped that stone? I feel like I'm getting trolled right now. All right. Yeah, I don't know who set off that rock, but that was not the play. That was that other guy, that other character, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna open some bags here real quick. At least I got a Greater Hill pot bag that I just used. The mobs always target wizards? Why am I not surprised? Yeah, and I'm punching above my weight down here too, so. Yeah, well, in order to become the beefy wizard, I need points, and it takes a while, as you will find out, to level in this game. So that's why I'm down here, just trying to do a quest. Michael's trolling us. Dude, there's too many toads down here for me to be hanging out by myself. Oh my, what the hell? Yeah, I'm gonna die. They're repopping because there's other players down here, so I have no way of gauging when the pops are going to come in. So I'm getting like 5 on me at a time here. I'm good, I ain't that good. Okay. Jack, how'd you get out of group? I think it's down here, I think. Oh, he never invited you. That's right. Yeah, because it's AFK. I can't go that way. So mine must be down here in the bottom. That's blocked off to me. The north. I think this is the pool down here, hopefully. Oop. This might be it right here. Yep, hopefully. Water's too shallow. Oh, brother. Maybe here? All right, looks like we're all in group together now. That must have been a good cigar. All right, please tell me there's a pool down here somewhere. Oh, we got to go down again. Yeah, everything, your answers kind of impact your reputation. A good, neutral, evil kind of thing, to some degree. Oh, there he is. Ouch! Got him. Thank you. Okay. Tell me this is it. Go back to Agonor. Thank you, Jackal. Appreciate it. Thank you, Michael, for putting Jackal in the group. Let's get the hell out of here. Fat finger and stuff. I need to stop doing that. Whee! All right. I think it's this way. Oh, this is a different part of the world. Hold on, we went back down, I think. No, we're on the same channel, but we're deeper into this cave system. We're trying to come up to the surface again right now. We killed the boss that I was after. There you are. Nice. All right, fellas. Rock and roll. Which way was it? Which way out of here? Look at him, he came right at me. Big nasty. They really need to put exits on the mini-map. There we go. Let me out of here. Alright, I hope this is worth it. It's probably a big troll. I'm probably not going to get anything out of this but some silver, right? Thanks for the help. Greatly appreciated. That was my first group experience officially on the stream in this game.
I was staring at the window waiting for your return, youngling. So, tell me, does the cloak work? I'm dying of anticipation.
Sort of works.
Wait, sort of? What do you mean?
It didn't make me immune, but the poison wasn't so effective.
Ah, may the dawn's shine burn my bald head. I wasn't expecting that. Well, that has to be enough. Now give it back. I'll need to make sure you didn't put a hole through it. No offense.
I assume I wasn't supposed to put this on, like, technically. Sure, but first let me check your hand for something.
Ah, what do you think you're doing?
Strange shape for a scar.
It is indeed. But I can't understand why this is important right now.
No more secrets, Agadar. I know you were a member of the Gold Hammer.
Oh, may the dawn bless my soul. You got me. I once worked with some very despicable people. And when I say despicable, I mean evil.
So why did you work with them?
Well, if I say that I was inconsequential, I wouldn't be lying. But it's not the whole truth. To be honest, a part of me liked to do it.
You like dissecting living children?
Children by the dawn. No. You must have heard the stories about Virgo. He was one of the guild's leaders and the most terrible man I've ever met. I'm no fool. I suspected something was off, but I never knew the truth. Look at you, for example, an armed wanderer working for other people's interests. Can you honestly say that you've never crossed a line?
No, I haven't.
What a tremendous lie.
Not
No one is
really.
perfect, youngling. I know what I did, and I'm not proud of it.
I'm lawful good in this
But
game.
I paid my debt to society. The Ravenguard threw me into a cell for years, and only let me out after I signed
just killed a few
formal
dwarves.
agreement.
And why are these people still looking for you?
What? Which people?
Mysterious lady talked to me while I was heading to Maud Island.
By the
Maud
door.
Island.
I had a feeling this would happen sooner or later. Look, youngling, to be released from prison, I promised the Ravenguard I'd never lift a finger to craft again. Don't look at me with those disapproving eyes. It's my life's work, the only thing I was ever any good at. What do you expect me to do? Beg for money in Ravencrest?
Farmer, that's a great
How
idea.
insulting. I'd rather jump off the roof of Kugu Castle.
Can't
What do
blame
you
me.
intend to do with me now, youngling?
I suppose I could take you at your word.
Please understand, whatever you've heard about the Gold Hammer, I've learned from my mistakes. As a display of my goodwill, please take this. It is almost every coin I have, but I insist you take it. Thank you again for your assistance and farewell.
And that's it. He just gave me some silver. I knew it! Hey, thanks for the hand, Gabriel. And Michael. How do you reply to a whisper in this game? Automatic, like, is it not? What the heck? Why is this so wonky? Tell me I don't have to actually type in the name. There we go. Whisper. Right click. Did that work? I don't think that worked. Are you seeing those messages? Because it just says whisper and it doesn't put your name in or anything. So who's Butt? Is that another one of your characters? I'm confused. Butt's somebody else in the chat. Oh, I see. There's actual tabs. You're right. Wow, how weird. No, I never said it was just like Albion. I don't compare anything to Albion because I didn't play Albion in retail. Even though I own it. Even though I backed it on Kickstarter. Oh, yay. Don't get me talking about Albion. I was disappointed in Albion. I forget how much I dropped on it. It was too much. I was thinking Albion will be like the next level Ultima Online, and then they went off on their whole equipment will equal class thing, and I was like, oh brother. Cool. It's good to see how this mechanics works for the chat and for the group and everything. I mean, like I say, it's the first for me on this stream, so that'll help somebody that's never seen that before. Albion is like voting for Hitler. I don't know about that, but yeah, it's like, I'm sure a lot of people enjoyed it, but I just was immediately like turned off by Albion at the retail release and just never looked back. I went on to other things. I did the same thing with Arcade. I forget why I didn't like Arcade at the at the offset, but something turned me off. Cool, cool. Well, since you're all in my chat anyway, you can all hear me. We don't have to message each other back and forth, but... talk to Pigeon. So is Pigeon hiding back over here? Yeah, I think she's back up here. I have to talk to this spy or whatever. I just want to see if there's actually a piece of gear out of this, because I want to go buy a tier 2 upgrade, but I was holding off in case something was going to come with this, but I don't think there will be anything. Here she is. Okay, now I can interact with her. What, is she bugged? There.
That took long enough. I thought you were already gone. So what do you have to tell me?
Agnor was a member of the Goldhammer, just like you said.
Ah, I knew it. The bastard couldn't hide forever. Tell me this cloak he crafted. What happened to it?
I give it back.
Is that a joke? You know his malicious past, yet still you allow the man to get away with it.
Oh, I'll go with the goody two-shoes route. He's changed. There's no threat to anyone anymore.
You already know Agnor so well, do you? Sure, today he just makes a weird cloak. But what will he make tomorrow? Old habits die hard, you know. I'm afraid you've made a huge mistake here. I can only hope Agnor's artifacts stay out of the wrong hands.
Well, if I made a mistake, it's because the game gave me the good options on the road to making that mistake. So, predestined? I don't know what to tell you, Pigeon. Nope, she's done talking. So I didn't get any kind of item, it looks like. So all that for no cloak. I guess I could have possibly taken a different route with my responses and maybe gotten the cloak out of it, but I don't think it would have mattered. In fact, I was wondering why wouldn't it be cool if we actually had a slot for cloaks eventually in the game? It would make sense. Another piece of gear they could easily add into our character sheets. And then if we could actually wear cloaks to change the look of our cosmetics, that would be cool. I'm sure that's probably going to come eventually. Too much of a cash grab not to do. All right, Chingus. Well, you don't have to hang if you don't need to. I mean, I don't know what the heck I'm going to do next. I may have to go to the auction house here and buy a piece of gear. What if your look is for the PvP reasons? What do you mean? Yeah, thanks, Michael. I'll let you know. I appreciate the group. That was interesting and definitely saved me a big headache. It would have been crazy to get down there solo, it looked like. How come I'm not seeing all the tabs here? There they go, I think. Okay, now I see. You got to scroll through using these awkward arrow keys. Wow. Okay. You can make these a little bit bigger. Yeah, early concept of Albion definitely sounded better than it turned out to be. And that was kind of like a bait and switch on us, if I recollect. It's a long time since the Kickstarter, but I know that they had a lot of us thinking it was going to be different, that there was going to be more of a Ultima Online approach where crafters would be unique and it would be a more robust system and everyone would have an opportunity to go their own path and, you know, your own gameplay would have an impact and you would be able to become your own character, like more like is happening ironically in this game. So this game is doing more of a job of that than Albion ever did, even though Albion probably has a better graphical engine, right? But there you go. It ain't always about the graphics. I would like for this game to look more like Albion and have this gameplay, but for some damn reason, as gamers, we can't seem to get the best of all worlds. We keep getting a little sprinkle of it here, a little sprinkle of it over there. We never get it all into one thing. So, who knows why? Oh, yeah, actually, if you look at, if you look through my playlist for Ravendawn, I forget which episode it is. That might be like 4 or 5 or something. I actually talk about how to get some free cosmetics to change. Like this cool wizard's hat is free. You just have to go through a little mini quest, buy some stuff that typically is available for pretty cheap on the auction house, and the next thing you know, you got a new hat or a new plate armor helm or whatever. So, but it's not super obvious when you first open the game and start playing, like how to do it. So that's why I figured I'd show people. Foxhole. Funny you should mention that. Now that's a game that's been on my brain for well over a year, and I have not pulled the trigger on it. But I will eventually. Yeah, Foxhole looks very cool. I don't know enough about the character play in that game, though. I don't know how deep that goes. If it's just basically you're just a soldier that dies over and over and over and you don't really have any attributes, etc. I don't know. But like I've seen the gameplay and the gameplay looks really fun. And there's just, it's insane how much the devs keep adding to that game. Like there's ships and trains. I mean, just wow. Impressive. And you know, I mean, I'm one of those kids, right, that was playing with toy soldiers since I can remember playing with any toys. So it's like, that's like a dream come true. It's a game like Foxhole where you're just running around in a giant war, you know, where you could literally contribute any way you see fit. So that's pretty, I figure I'll just jump in there and be a sniper or something. Yeah, you can impact it any way you want. You can be just a grunt working in the train yards, loading up coal onto the carts and stuff. Whatever you want at any given point, you can change on the fly. And, you know, I probably would be great as a tanker too, because I have so much World of Tanks experience. So that might be another thing I could do in the game to contribute to the war effort for whichever side I get into. But who knows? Yeah, I'm definitely going to play Foxhole eventually. Especially if people would actually support the channel from Foxhole, which they probably would. Well, while we're sitting here chit-chatting for a moment, which is actually kind of cool because it is a Sunday night and this is going to be more of a chill stream, so let me have a sip of my coffee brew. Yeah. I mean, this is the potential is pretty huge in this game too, because they have a roadmap which is going to include guilds, guild strongholds, guild warfare. So you know what that'll ultimately mean. It's probably going to be faction-based fighting, where it'll be, you know, if you've got an enemy guild, I imagine you'd be free to attack them almost anywhere. Like back in Ultima Online, when they introduced that kind of stuff, it was like if you ran into an enemy guild, fights would break out right in the cities, you know? So they'll probably introduce stuff like that to this game. I know that I've watched some of the bigger streamers of this game. One of their biggest complaints is that there's too many safe areas, period. And I agree. The game world needs to have more dangerous areas, more PvP areas, as opposed to a little fewer. So the system they have in place where it goes peace and war, they need to have war more often than they do. And then things would be a little spicier. I think that's probably going to change. They'll probably do that. But right now they're just, you know, they're going through the birthing pains and people are getting to know the game, so they don't want to scare people off. But I think as people get used to the game, they're going to demand more action. You know, hell, even World of Warcraft, if you're on a PvP server, it was, you know, you left the cities. It was like most zones after like the starter zones were just Wild West. You never knew, you know, you were coming to the rescue of your faction, you know, horde or alliance on a regular in that game. That was part of the fun. I loved that part of World of Warcraft when I was playing. And obviously Ultima Online was just, you had to be a man to play that game. First year Ultima Online there was no safe zones, man. It was just, the only place safe was near the guards, and other than that, you were on your own. So, and full loot, and yeah, it got crazy. But that's what made it great. So, but of course, there were plenty of people that complained and, oh, he killed me with a fire field, and you know, that kind of thing happened. And the next thing you know, they were changing the game, and then it was never the same again. But I guess now there are private servers that get streamed. Actually, I've wondered sometimes, but Ultima Online is too, I don't know. I don't think I'd stream it because, frankly, it's not very accessible for people. It's a big learning curve. It's clunky. It requires third-party apps because people all have access to them. So as opposed to when it first came out, nobody had anything like that because they didn't exist, and it was a completely different game. But now, you know, there's like all these different layers to even get involved with it. And it's just, you know, if I'm going to do that, I'll just run my own little private server and just goof around in that. Maybe one day I will do that. I'll stream maybe some Ultima Online just for fun or something. But the incentive for PvP, yeah, that's another thing. I don't know, man. It's you know, that's going to develop. I guess there'll be more incentive for PvP that they will have to inject as development continues. But I think, yeah, there needs to be a little more incentive for PvP. I guess a reward system needs to be developed more so that people that are role-playing evil characters and, you know, go around murdering have their own set of incentives, and then, you know, the same exists for mercenaries and or, you know, the goody two-shoes faction, which more likely I'll be part of as a solo player because I'm not going to be running around trying to take on murder guilds and stuff by myself. That would be suicide. Yeah, ultimately, maybe they will introduce land. I think that is definitely something they should do because I've actually talked about this briefly in a couple of streams before in the series that I'm doing here. The game world itself needs to have more land added to it, right? The number one reason being there's not enough land for housing. But then now that you mention it, the number two reason right off the top of our heads would be to put in land that can be controlled and fought over. So if they put in additional continents around these existing starter continents, suddenly there would be more land for guilds to build strongholds, which could act as player housing for guild members, and or more land for people to go out and explore and find plots where they can put their own houses out in the wilds. So there you go. And suddenly, there's more incentive to PvP. They could also introduce stuff like Shadowbane had. So Shadowbane had a character system that was pretty unique and really pretty robust. It was where you had runes that you could go and earn through questing and or fighting bosses, and or just exploring the world. And those runes in combination would form your character similar to the way these archetypes create classes here in Ravendawn. But a lot of the times the runes would be highly contested, and they would only spawn every so often in a certain location, which meant when you were going there, you were more likely going to run into conflict and somebody's going to try to kill you for it. Or if you got it, they would try to kill you in order to take it from you. So they could introduce something like that to this game, where maybe it's a Raven card, right? You sprinkle some Raven cards around the map, like especially if they're higher level tiered Raven cards, or maybe even Raven cards that are only available out in the wilds, right? And then those become PvP spots similar to the way the runes were done in Shadowbane. You don't have to pay me, devs. I just gave you a great idea, but there you go. So, what would be wrong with that? That'd be awesome. So there you go. I mean, there's ways to do it. But I definitely think we need more land in the game at some point down the road. Also, I would just like more land in the game where there's random monsters. Like similar to the way Ultima Online and many other MMOs have been, where when you wander out into the wilds, you don't just see the same faction. You don't see all goblins, all toads. You know, I want to wander around into the greater depths of the forests and the wilds and run into, you know, beholders and ghouls and skeletons and, you know, who knows what, right? Like that needs to come into the game too, which is another reason why they need to add more lands where they can go that route. You know, give us more. The farther you go away from all the centers of population, the wilder it gets. And it isn't all about these quest areas where it's a set type of critter everywhere. It needs to be more like you're out into an actual world like you would see in, you know, Black Desert or whatever, right? Or Skyrim or whatever, right? Yeah, well, this game is actually, the maps are really, they're not that large. I mean, honestly, in scale, when you actually consider it, they don't even give you a feeling of grandeur just walking around. Everything is claustrophobic. When you were in Ultima Online, the world felt huge. It took a long time just to run from one point of the map to the other. And there wasn't, you know, there wasn't a whole series of places on the map that you could quick fire to with portals like you have in this system. You know, I still to this day think Ultima Online had probably the best fast travel system ever, because you had runes that you could mark anywhere you wanted, except eventually they realized you shouldn't be able to mark inside of a house, a player house. But other than that, you know, you'd have runes, and then people could steal those runes from you, and then they would suddenly have the ability to recall, you know, fast travel off of that rune. And then you had moon gates that were on a random timer, and you'd go through the moon gates, and they were in set places in the game world, and then you'd have to go through those moon gates to try to get to another part of the world, and it was always a little bit unpredictable. But if you got more experience, you could kind of predict where and where it would go, you know. And so it was more conducive again to player interaction, player conflict. You know, all of those things were part of the pie when it came to the fast travel system, as opposed to something like this where you just climb on board, you open up your map, and you go, oh, I want to go over here, boop. You know, I'm brand new to the game, but I can travel anywhere where there's a, you know, a spawn point, as long as I have the silver. Too convenient, really. That's another thing they should do. They could leave it the way it is, right? But like, say we put in a couple of new land masses. Some of those land masses should not have any portal system that's connected to the rest of this stuff. You should have to sail there, right? And that's the only way you can get there, that kind of thing. That's how they could spice it up too. So you should have some places that simply are just harder to get to. People use player housing in this game to farm and to do animal husbandry and to do crafting related stuff. So it's profit. So people that were lucky enough to get into the servers and get player housing out in the game world have a bit of an advantage because they're producing stuff that can be turned into cash, while somebody like me who came in a little later and doesn't have his own house, it ain't happening. I mean, I could make some things happen on the little city plot thing that's going on, but really it just amounts to chicken feed compared to what these houses are producing for themselves. That's how all these guys are doing trade packs, where they're carting stuff around, they're shipping things around for big profit, and we're talking like anything from like, 5,000 to 50,000 silver pieces for something like that. I've literally heard of trade packs selling for as much as 50,000 silver, so you can make a bunch of money off of it. Well, the basis for those trade packs is fundamentally stuff that they gather from housing development, from crafting and all that kind of stuff. Maybe it might be some stuff they purchase too. I'm not exactly sure how all that operates, but anyway, that's why player housing is important. And beyond that, I guess there's some cosmetics and some, basic fun element to the housing too. But frankly, I don't think the housing really looks that great in the game. I think it's more about the economics than it is about, just hanging out. I don't think people are going to be hanging around in their homes. Although I think you can update your houses. You can go from like wood to stone, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe they can get cooler looking and more intricate as time goes on. And I'm sure they'll introduce different types of housing. Also, obviously, it would be a smart thing for them to do. Yeah, they just did this most recent patch apparently addressed some of the issues they were having with balance as far as like between the two servers, where the newer server was actually producing trade packs that were more profitable than this older server was. So they addressed that with some changes. So they're always looking to tweak things, keep things in balance. I'm going to kill some goblins for this Rangers. While I'm sitting here chit-chatting. I need those experience points. Ooh, they're piling on. Oh, I didn't get it off in time. I've got a card on my, I've got a card on that shadow bind, the net, that if I attack anything in the net, it like has a higher chance to get critically hit. So, oh yeah, combat's actually fun in the game, believe it or not. I know it looks the way it looks, but the combat is challenging. When you play, it'll be where you're like, you think you're invisible up until around level 15, and then once you start getting deeper into it, suddenly it'll start to amp up, and then you'll be forced to be more smarter with your picks on your skill tree. You'll be experimenting more with your character construction and the archetypes and the classes and all that. And then ultimately you'll be worried more about equipment and getting into imbuing equipment and looking at the marketplace and seeing what eventually you'll probably be trying to talk to player crafters to see what they have available and stuff that you can maybe buy from them or have them custom make for you and stuff. So yeah. It's fun. I mean, would I play this As a main game, me personally, probably not. But I will play it on the side. Ow. What's happening here? This guy's got me blocked in. See, that's another thing about the terrain in this game you got to watch out for. I don't know why they've gone this route, but some of these bushes, they can get you blocked in. So this is a fairly quick little Rangers Company quest I did. It's only 15,000 EXP, so I should be able to grind this out pretty fast. I'm trying to get points. The Rangers thing is nice because the bounties allow you to get some advantages where you can have more vendors that you can sell to, and also you have access to some gear that's pretty sweet if you get enough faction with the Rangers. Hey, lady. Oh God, I'm sorry, lady. I know you weren't expecting anything different, but it's still never easy. Lady Goes another streamer, guys. You should check her out. And unfortunately, she's had a series of people passing in her family, like at a rate that I don't even want to think about. But yeah, sorry to hear that, lady. Yeah, the fact that he's not suffering, the fact that he's not a vegetable in a bed, which was something that I dreaded when my father had a heart attack. I was like, oh Lord, please don't let him get to a point where he just end up being on a machine in a hospital bed, because I know he would never have wanted that. So I'm sure your dad wouldn't want that either. Let's see, you know, death is a part of life, and we just have to take the positives where we can find them. And my uncle just recently passed, just on Black Friday, just, you know, back in November, and we were expecting he wouldn't live much longer, but he was in relatively good spirits just a week or two prior, but then the next thing you know, he's gone. So at least I'd gotten a chance to speak to him for half an hour on the phone before that happened. So that's where I take, you know, the blessings where I can find them. So level. These little gobos thinking they can take me out. Oh, he had something written up to avoid it. Good. Smart. I'm gonna have to do that. I mean, we were talking about this last night, right, lady? I mean, it's like we're getting to that point in our lives now where even we have to consider this stuff. You know, I got to update my will in case of, you know, who knows what. Because I moved. I used to live in Texas. Now I have to like redo that will just because I'm in a different state, etc. They should add that to a MMO role-playing game, actually. We should be able to have a last will and testament and have a system in place. I know some games have talked about it where we could have a family line and then we have permadeath, but then our stuff would be bequeathed to our next character or something. Or friends in the game or whatever. That'd be interesting, but not to make light of it, but what can you do? I didn't get into it. Well, my father died of a heart attack right in front of me, so I take it. I take it as a blessing that you got the chance to actually talk to your old man and stuff before he left. So. All right, I got a couple skill points to spend here. Hold on. Luxury supply bag. You know what? I'm actually be buying a pack of goodies here. Yep. So now I'm buying a Raven pack with this essence that I collected. There we go. So now I can open a Raven pack right here on the stream. And I only got 2 new ones. Kind of a bad roll. But are they usable? Nope. Archery. I mean, they're usable, but not in my current build. Protection. So, yeah, that one didn't go so well, unfortunately. I wonder if I'm using that ability right. Let me look at this thing. Oh, I got to make sure I have dots on a target before I use that. Let's do it right this time. I guess he took damage. Hard to tell. Didn't take much. So is nobody watching the Super Bowl? What is it? The Chiefs and the 49ers? I couldn't care less about either of those teams. I don't watch much football anyway. Not anymore. I must have crit him. Yeah, I kind of like this build. I wonder how common this is, this class. I don't think it's very common, to be honest. Let's see, stats. I want to put Dex. Boost my haste. Whoa, what the? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Aye. How did he manage to blink with that many times? Yeah, heal from that tentacles isn't too bad. Better than nothing. I gotta make sure I've got that ether filled up before I cast it, though. Yeah, this ought to hit hard. Yeah, that did good. Almost got this done already. I wonder if there's a chest over here. Sometimes there's a chest on this beach that actually has something in it. Nope. Don't have any treats for my Mo after all that fighting I've been doing. The heck? He's being stingy tonight. For a second there, I thought old Skyzazi was a murderer. Okay, one more. 2 at most should do it. A little bit of lag here. I don't think I can change channels. All right. Let me go look at the bounty board again. All right, so these are the guys that'll open up for you when you actually rank with the Rangers. You'll be able to use these monk quartermasters, and you can sell junk to them and buy prestige stuff off of them. I don't think I've got access to Level 2, yeah, but that's the goal. So at level 2, I'll be able to get access to Amulet of the Initiate, which is Intelligence and Wisdom +4. So that's pretty sweet. All right, can we re-roll? Hoghound Riders, South Glademire. Never fought those types of goblins. Worth 10 bounty marks. I'm all about that. I forget, have I talked to the pirates on this character? I don't think I can yet. Dark Knight. Jackal. That's a pretty good mix. Effective level 27. +4 seems like one spell power point. Yeah, it probably changes as you get higher into it. The returns probably get harder and harder. Some guys are trying to work that out. Eventually we'll start seeing, and I'm sure, graphs and spreadsheets all over the place telling us exactly how it works. Me personally, I don't really care. I do pay attention to what people are doing. Sometimes I'll look at what their characters have spent, and I just keep basic percentages in mind. My fast rule of thumb for you would be to spend 70% of your points in your main attribute until you get to at least 40. And I would say you don't want to spend typically more than 20 points in Dex or any of the other secondary, but Dex can be more important than I first thought. So I would recommend going at least 10 in Dex. Early on, and it'll make you a little more survivable. I found it anyway. Your mileage may vary. Let's see, where do I want to go? Where is, let's look at the map first. Where is this at? Wait, what? Why is it bringing this up? Click on the icon. That's weird. Oh, wow. So this is down near Hatterack Desert, where I've never been before. It's on the border. 22 to 43. That's a good... Okay, so I could definitely... This won't be a walk in the park. I think I can punch up fairly well at this with this character, so it'll be that much more experience. Let me go, I don't think there's a quicker route over here than to go to the capital. I'll just have to hoof it. I think I'm going to change channels too, though. If I'm allowed to. It may not let me. It let me. Oh, he's got a purple bird or blue. Looks like I don't know. Kind of looks purple. All right, I got to put some stuff in the bank. I need some brandy. Wait, what? I'm not thinking straight. All these. Okay, do I want to buy a piece of gear? I think so. Do I want to stick with half plate and half leather? I'm thinking maybe not. But maybe I want to go cloth. So what does cloth do? Cloth, set bonus, attack speed, casting time, global cooldown is buffed, and spell defense is increased. Wow, that attack speed is increased. That's pretty nice. Wow. I think I might go ahead and try cloth. I've never actually used cloth. I think I'm going to go half leather, half cloth. Let's see what's available here. So we want to look at tier 2. Boy, it's not cheap. Oh, that's not too bad. All right, so looking for intelligence, wisdom, impact, precision. There's one with +4 wisdom. 2 impact. Impact is bonus to crit damage. Precision is chance for crit. Just so you know. Let's filter by cloth. Boom. +2 heal power, 2 quality crystals. That's not bad. 2 wisdom, 1 vitality. That's not a bad piece. Ooh. 3 intelligence, 3 vitality, 2 quality. Nice. Precision, 2 spell defense, wisdom. That's not bad either. So far, this is the winner. Yeah, exactly, Bez. Impact is crit damage. Bonus and precision is the chance of crit. Yeah, there's some decent stuff in here. +2 mana regen, +2 precision, +1 dex. Wow, okay. That's not bad. That's definitely a bonus to crit chance right there, all in one. You're going to get a little bit, I think, from dex itself and the +2 precision and +2 mana. That's a nice piece. But I don't know if it outdoes... Let's see, hold on. Let's look at this. So, we look at our stats. So, intelligence affects spell power and healing power. Dexterity affects haste, which I think has an effect on crit chance, but I'm not 100% on that. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe only precision affects crit chance and leather armor and certain other items. So that's what makes precision so important of a secondary stat. So intelligence basically just ups your impact. It ups your spell damage. It doesn't... I misspoke. It doesn't affect impact, but just base damage is increased every time you pump into intelligence for spells. Just like if you pump points into might, it affects weapon damage. But as far as like getting crit bonus, none of these give crit bonus. All right, so that piece is actually pretty damn nice. +2 precision is nice. My build. Yeah, all spell damage will be increased by intelligence. So when you look at your different damage, look to see what type it uses. So obviously, if you're looking at something in the warfare category, everything on there pretty much is going to be melee. It's going to be melee damage, right? Not spell damage. So it'll be in red. So spell damage will be in purple. So if you're casting a spell and it's a dot, and your intelligence will definitely increase the damage of those ticks. Well, here's one with 2 precision, dex, and wisdom. Bad. It's made by the same guy. 3 wisdom. That's nice. 4 points on there. 2 impact, 2 intelligence, 1. That's good. One dex, 2 vitality, 2 precision. So 3 base attribute points and 2 precision. There's 2 haste. Wow. Okay, so yeah, that one's... Yeah, good luck with that. Finding the ratios. You're going to have some patience. There's 4 attributes on one item. That's not bad. Or plus 2 haste. But that's getting up there in price now. All right, let's go back. Where was that sucker? Oh, somebody didn't buy it. I think they did. Ooh, wow. 3 vitality, 3 intelligence. Oof, that's good for just 3K. Wowza, wowza. Yikes. Okay, that's another 6 points too. 3 intelligence, 1 vitality, 2 wisdom. I kind of want precision though. I wish I could sort by precision. I don't think I can, unfortunately. Maybe I can? Hold on, I don't think it'll work. Let's see if it does. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know why. This doesn't seem to work when you try to search by secondary attributes. Sometimes it doesn't work by primary, depending on what you're looking for. What about primary? Okay, that works. That narrows it down. Now let's have a look. Okay, these are way more expensive for some reason. Why is that? Surely there were ones in here that were cheaper that had intelligence on them. I think these are disappearing right out of my nose. There's one. 3 intelligence, 3 vitality. That's definitely in the running. 1 precision, 1 wisdom, 2 spell defense. What has more than... Alright, so this one... Where is it? Where was it? This one by Nisel. In the running. I see something with 2%. Here we go. Dex, 2 regen, 2 precision. That's pretty nice. That's also good. 2 impact, 2 intelligence, 1 vitality. So it won't increase the crit chance, but it'll blow up the crits a little more. All right, so brush hopper. Okay, this is a nice one right here. 1 dex, 2 vitality, 2 precision. Oof. Yeah, I want that precision, damn it. Too bad it doesn't have point of intelligence on there. Would have been perfect. Yeah, they could implement different ways to get the cards, I think, in the game. Easily enough. I think that's a good idea. Like I said, could make them the focal point of certain PvP areas where you got a risk reward going on, where you might get a higher chance for player aggression, that kind of thing, in order to grab a prize. Man, it's some tough choices here, but I got to make a choice. That's a nice one right there. 3 intelligence, 2 wisdom, but no precision. 3 points and 2 precision. So far, that one is probably the winner. Zenar. So I really do want that precision. I've got to increase my base crit chance. Especially if I'm going to not go all leather. Yep, let's go ahead and grab that one. Where was it? One of these Zenars. Here we go. I'm buying this one. 3,100. Well, they don't dictate what you pick, but they will give you incentive to pick certain ones, for sure, yeah. But there's more than one card per skill, so there's a variation. It's going to come down to, as you get deeper in and you have higher level to work with and more points, you'll be able to custom build in ways you never thought about. So it'll all keep evolving all the time. That's what I find anyway. Okay, so we've got our first piece of cloth that I've ever purchased in the game, and I'm going to go ahead and get armor now. Same thing. We're looking for precision. That's actually really nice. 6 points right off the bat. Ooh, okay, there's 2 precision on that one for just $28.99. Bad, not bad, not bad. 3 intelligence, 10 maximum mana. Nice-ol again. Okay, let's make sure I'm actually looking at the cheapest stuff here. I am. 55k. Nope. I don't know who's got that to spend on a tier 2 item. Must be rich. All right. Hold on. Some text messages here I'm catching up on. Cool things, stuff happening in the D&D world. Let's hope. We might do some face-to-face gaming again. That'd be fun. Jeez. All right. Let's see. Back to the Precision Hunter. You remember an MMO had casting that required specific input timing. Maybe if casting would be more like woodcutting, it would be a bit more challenging. It would mimic concentration that mages need. I think you're going to find when you play, you're gonna be plenty challenged in some of the combinations of spellcasts and dealing with multiple mobs and or players. You will see. There's one with impact. So far, I'm not having the greatest luck with this piece. There's 2 intelligence and a dex. Might dex. Where is the precision? Come on, somebody's got to have some in here. There we go. Dex 2 precision. That's a possibility. That's on page 8. Ooh, might. That's +4 on one piece. That's not bad. You can customize the hotkeys. Right-click on any hotkey. You can make whatever you want. That's definitely a little tidbit that I didn't know for a long time. If you look at my screen, you can see all my stuff's customized. I've got the function buttons here. You can get a bar over here where I do some emulation of some of the Control Plus whatever that I used to use in Ultima Online. I used to have like, I still have all that stuff pretty much like to memory, under my finger memory. It's how many damn times I cast spells in that game. In fact, I've been casting my Pyroblast with Control F the entire time you guys have been watching me. But you can point and click to move in the game too with your mouse. I mix it up. Sometimes I'll use WASD to move, and sometimes I'll use the point and click, a la Diablo. And Ultima. All right, these are getting too expensione for me. I don't want to be spending 5,000 on this tier 2 stuff. Because before you know it, I'll be 25 and looking to get into tier 3. Yeah, you can't get going completely crazy with majory stuff, and otherwise people won't play. Not in a game like this. There's 1 precision, 1 dex, 3 might for under 5k. Hmm. One dex, 2 precision for 3,000. All right, what was on? Can I change this to 1? I can. That's nice. Okay. You can input the page number and it'll go straight to it. So there was this one right here, right off the top. That was 1 precision, 1 wisdom, 1 might. I think there was another though. 2 precision, 1 dex, plus 10 maximum health for less than 3k. I'm taking this one. Okay. Now. So here we go. So this character, I'm going to focus on spell-based combat on this character. So I don't have to worry about goofing things up and mixing up might and spell and all that. So I'm going to do predominantly melee stuff on my other character. And that way I'll have the best of both worlds and I won't have to constantly be juggling equipment as much. I can just imbue things over and over. So now we'll show you how this works. Is it you, I think, to imbue? Let's see. Yeah. All right. So now I can take my existing helmet and chest piece, even though they're plate armor, and I should be able to tuck them straight into this new piece. Now, bam, +3 defense, +3 dexterity. Now, will any of these attributes carry over? That's the question. I don't think so, but you know what? Let's not do that first. That actually is a decent piece. Let's do this one. Oh, of course, this doesn't have any stats on it. Damn it! I wanted to test that. All right. Could put Warband Infusion on there. All right. +4 dex, +10 maximum health, +2 precision, 2 quality crystals. Not bad. All right. Screw it. We're going to go for it. Dex, vitality, precision. Taking a high intelligence, +4 intelligence, +2 vitality. Plate helm, putting that in there. I'm going to go ahead and toss. No, that's too much. Can I take, how do you split these things again? Is it control? Can I split these? Surely there has to be a way to split this stuff up. Hmm. I don't know if you can split these things. The XP in this case is just how much is actually going into the item. See that little green bar right there? So that's just the infusion level when you see that. See? But then when you get into much higher ones like this, then it starts to cost silver also. So this is crazy. This is like 10,000 silver to use all these warband infusions, but it gives it +5/+5. Like, it's a huge boost because it goes through this bar more than once, I think. Or it fills it all the way up at very least. So that's basically what that means. Not to be confused with your player experience. At least not as far as I know. All right, I need to figure out how to split. Hold on a second. Oh, you can only split in your inventory? Ah, thanks, Mike. All right, let's see. There we go. Okay. Now let's see what HAP does. All right, cool. So... I don't know if that's worth. That's just 5,000. I don't think I want to do that. Let's do this. Oh, not what I wanted. That's a little better. I should think the game wants players. There's plenty of players running around in this world. How much am I dragging around money-wise here? Let's go for it. There we go. All right, so what did we get for our trouble? Yep, we didn't get any of that intelligence off that piece, I figured. Oh well, that's fine. Not ideal, but I got the precision that I wanted, so... Decent mix. Plus, we need a boosted dexterity. I can focus on boosting intelligence now when I level a little more. Because this is about as much as dex as I'm going to need. I might put maybe 2 more points in at most. Oh, well, this is tier 2. I'm not going to spend a whole bunch of money right now. I'm just doing this so I can have a little bit easier time of leveling. I wish there was an auto stack button in our inventory. That'd be nice. Okay, that ought to make a pretty sweet difference. So let's have a look at my stats. So now precision is up to 8. My stats right now has got +4 just on the staff. Nah, I don't want... I mean, eventually I'll get 35, but not now, right? No, I'm going... I'm crit-based, baby. My spec is all about crit. That's why I'm going shadow. And eventually I'll have hot-headed. I'll be critting people left and right. Big booms. People aren't going to want to mess with me in PvP. Now they can, but eventually... I think this is... Well, it's already been rocking. I mean, I've already gone through several different archetypes on my other character. This one is more powerful than everything I've tried. He's just a little squishy, but once I get... once I get Bloodmancer, hopefully that will solve that little issue. We'll see. So let's see, what should I... Oh yeah, let's go check on these. Now these Hoghound Riders will probably be higher level. This will probably be nice. I should be able to get some decent EXP off these guys. Can't believe I'm still on. It's almost 4 hours, but I'm still going. Oh, I guess I have to ride to this thing. No. Damn, that's a ways. No faster way to get there, huh? Nope. All right. What dastardly ne'er-do-wells will I run into, I wonder? Oh, there's somebody with some damage on him. Oh, there's a murderer right there. Look at him. I'm barely scratching him. He's definitely higher level. Oh, yeah. Let's see. There's no way. That's the thing that they have to put in the game, too. They need to put in a kill list. Oh, wait. He's on my thing here. Is there a way to look up players? They need to implement something like that. No, he wasn't attacking me, but he had a murderer on him. He had just been attacking somebody else. That guy that ran by me, that was almost dead. Whoop. Your connection has been lost. What the heck? Hold on, guys. Wonder what happened there. Oh, I'm going to be all about attacking murderers, man. All right, now I finally had to pay silver. I'm high enough where I'm actually paying a little bit of silver to cover. No, I knew he was high level. Trust me, man. I was Vendetta on Atlantic in Ultima Online. You can ask some old timers if they know that name. Anybody that was on Atlantic back in the first year of Ultima knew me. I don't brag often, but there you go. There's a little bit of brag out of the doc. Just finally let that one out of the bag. I used to run with Glimmer and the Pluggers and guys like, you know, those different groups. I probably had the highest magic resistance on the server. I had 98% magic resistance on my GM mage, my tank mage. Those were the days. Man, I was addicted to Ultima. Holy mackerel. That's why I just cry, because why couldn't anybody just take that formula and just make a better version? I swear, it doesn't make any sense. The game had so much going for it. I'll tell you, right there is something that they should take the world of Ultima Online or the world of World of Warcraft, and they need to take some lessons from how they built the worlds and implement them in this game. The cities need to be very different in construct. They need to be made of different materials. They need to stand out. Like every city in this world should just be, as soon as you see it, boom, you know which city you're in. You know what I mean? This kind of thing is missing from this game. And iconic landmarks. I told him, hey, where are the road signs? You know, we need little things like that, especially for flavor, but also for just to help new players. Like, you know, if I was here right now, there should be a road sign, you know, north lies whatever, east this way, west that, you know what I mean? It's like this little flavor stuff is missing from the game. Yeah, I didn't even expect my magic resist to get that high, but what happened was right from the very outset, because I was in the closed beta for Ultima, so when I got into the retail, I was nuts. I would go out and just like on my newbie, I'd be fighting gazers, and then I would work my way up, you know, from orc mages, and then next thing you know, I'm down looking for elementals and liches, and the entire time, I'm fighting players who are trying to kill me. And early on, everyone was getting ganked because there was a group called the Inner Circle that was made of alpha players that were just absolutely annihilating people that would dare to go outside of cities. They were a nightmare. And I would go out and get into fights with them on the regular while most people would cower in Tristan or whatever. And the whole time, my resistance is going up, and I wasn't even paying attention to it until one day I looked down at my resistance and I was like, 98? You know, when did that happen? And by that point, I'd finally gotten my magery up. And then it was, you know, then it was on. And that was something I was talking about the other day, where another thing that I don't like about a lot of the spell systems in games like this, they don't have reactionary spells, so they don't have reactionary moves. They don't have enough of them. But in, you know, in Ultima, you had magic reflection, for instance, and you know, you could go against multiple players who try to gun you down, but then if you were smart and fast and you had a high enough level character with enough mana, you could get off 2 or 3 magic reflections. If you timed them just right, you could turn the tide of battle in milliseconds. I would like to see more stuff like that put into the spell system in this game. The only thing I can think of right now that might be considered more reactionary would be that mirror image spell. I think, yeah, it's right here. Mirror image. This is pretty sweet. I have yet to be able to use it. I haven't got that trained up yet, but I've seen it in action. It's pretty nice. You didn't even have to survive. In Ultima, it was just about getting hit with magic. And ultimately, people finally figured this out, and then they would basically train in towns with each other outside of, you know, safe areas. You'd have little villages of guilds or whoever, and then they would just start casting spells at each other. But early on, no one knew that this was a thing. They didn't really understand the mechanics enough. With me, it was just organic. I was just fighting so many things that were constantly attacking me with spells, like elementals and liches especially. Once I got to that level, and I was getting bombarded with the spells all the time, and I was getting attacked by high-level casters like the guys in Inner Circle, it just kept raising my my magic resistance every so often. It was random, but you know, but I was way more active with it, I guess. So, and then, you know, ultimately people figured out, oh, that's how it works, and you know, then there was more people with high-level magic resistance. But you know, as far as like somebody getting the resistance up that high, I'm not quite sure. I probably got lucky. There might have been some bug at some point that was invisible that nobody knew about during some of the patching. Who even knows? But it was never intentional. So it just is what it was. No, there was no trade-off for that. That was like if you had the guts to go out and freaking deal with liches in the bottom of dungeons where you could get full looted, you were rewarded for it. That's what that was about. That was the difference in a game like Ultima. You were always at risk. So if you're out there getting hit by spells, then you deserve to get higher magic resistance. All right, we're getting close to this place. I've never been out in this section of the world yet. Well, you couldn't be OP in a game like Ultima because a lot of times I'd be running around completely by myself and I could be killed. There's plenty of guys that could kill me, especially if there was 2 or 3 of them. But one-on-one, yeah, I was a handful one-on-one for sure, regardless of my magic resistance. I doubt I'll ever be at that level in this game because I just don't have the time to invest. At least not yet. If I was a full-time streamer and I made this my main game, then maybe it could get spicy, but I'm not trying to. I got nothing to prove. Oh, look at this little trap right here. So here they are. Here's these little goblin riders. Is there a way to get up there? Oh, sorry, duh. Yeah. Glad you reminded me. Stupid crash. Oh, here we go. Whoa. Yikes. Okay, these guys aren't playing around over here. Okay, well, getting killed out here would suck because it's a long way back. Jeez. Why did this thing Oh my God. Okay, this guy just dragged some stuff on me. Okay, this is no joke out here. He's hit hard. Ouch. Even that level 20 is tagging me. I think they rubber banded. Okay, I better put my buffs on. Okay, this damn thing is up again? Look at that, it just spawned again. What the heck? I don't like that. Why should this trap respawn that fast? There's nobody around triggering it. I mean, resetting it. At least do it when I'm out of the area. Okay, we're not in Kansas anymore. There's another trap. Okay, I need to find a little safer spot. If one exists. This ravine sucks. Oh, wrong. $578, not bad. Yeah, but it's not respawning in 30 seconds. It's spawning instantly. Also, I don't know why the tab targeting doesn't target closest first priority. Let me put that in. Hold on. There. See if they listen to me. As far as I know, there's no key for modifying that, but perhaps. I doubt it, though. Alright, this is a level 23 little goober right here. This is not a bad little spot. This is when the respawn pops won't bother me as much if I can just sit here. Okay, this is kind of strange. Why is it so empty right here? That makes me a little nervous. Oh. $705. Thank you. Reputation thing isn't clear. It says choices matter, but menu reflects only total reputation. Yeah, it's a little confusing. I agree. They need to make the rep system more transparent for what all the good, neutral, evil stuff entails inside the game itself. It's not clear. It looks like there's layers, but the layers seem to be hidden or something. I don't know why. Maybe they're just not ready to have it fully implemented. Well, this one's a... Oh, he's gonna hurt. I gotta be careful here. I didn't know some of these guys were archers. Ouch. 705. Yeah, those guys hurt. No getting away from that. Yeah, if you go look at their website, you can find pages about the system, the reputation system, and it's definitely either stuff they were intending to implement or they haven't implemented yet, but it's clearly there's some kind of system in place for a good, evil, and neutral, where they all have unique rewards and stuff. It might be there. I think what might happen is what you see there might evolve according to your rep. So what's shown is probably based on your majority ethos. So like, for instance, here, let's see. I bet you that's what this is. So we go to the rep and you click over here, you can see I've got 64 in evil, 393 in mercenary with neutral, and then 1262 in good or order, or whatever it is. So obviously my order outweighs everything else by quite a bit. So I'm probably seeing, this is all probably order related options. Now, if I had, say, the opposite and we were 1262 in evil, these might very well be a different set of options. Maybe that's how it works. That would make sense. They all have exclusive skills. So choose wisely. But here's the thing. Don't game the game. Play the game the way you want to play it, right? If your intention is to be going around ganking people, then do it. And damn the consequences. That's what's going to happen. You know what I mean? If your intention is to go after murderers, then do it. If your intention is just be in the middle and be a gun for hire, then do that. You know, that's the way to think of it. It isn't like one is going to have some advantage over another. They'll all just be a different approach to how you play, that's all. And they'll have a unique set of abilities. That's the way it looked like on the webpage that I saw anyway. That looked like they'd thought through it pretty well as far as, like, you know, pirates will be murdering people, so they will have this unique set of things to pick from for staying in that lane, right? Yeah, well, plenty of people don't read the quests and games. I do, but, you know, I'm streaming, so I don't rush through this stuff, but plenty of people will just blow right by it. I think most people never even read any of the quests in World of Warcraft until they put out that mod where they put an AI voice on things. I hate that damn... By the way, when you go up and down stairs, it delays your spell casting, so... Just be aware. It's intentional on the developers, I'm sure, because they don't want people abusing dots. Yeah, you can unlock the entire board, but what I'm saying is I think that the board that we see is dictated by your reputation ethos. That's my theory right now. I don't know, but that's what I'm guessing. So these available ones will change based on if you go deep into evil actions and or mercenary and or order. That kind of thing. So this would automatically show you a different set of options. If what I saw on the website is literally still implemented. And it looks like it was fairly recent. That was like just the middle of last year. So I think there's something to be said for what I'm theory crafting right there. I think that's how it probably operates. I'd have to actually look at some, I don't know, maybe I could ask Nazori or something in his stream. I'll ask him. He'll know. Jonah and those guys, because they're the ones who are constantly dealing with, they're the ones always ganking people, so I would assume they must see a different set of options. Oh, so they did go the other route because people got mad? That's just so silly. I had a bad feeling that that would happen. Oh, well. Hopefully they rework it. There has to be consequences in a game like this. There has to be consequences. Otherwise, it's silly. We're supposed to be in a virtual world filled with players. You can't just have people running around murdering people on a Sunday and then they're back to being a good guy in town on a Monday. It doesn't make any damn sense. People should, if they wanted, why not just have more than one character, right? Like I'm running 2 characters right now. If you want to have a murderer, fine. Then you want to have a good guy that can do other things that create the other character and do the, what is wrong with it? Why do people think they need to do everything with one thing all the time? This is why MMOs constantly never meet the mark, in my opinion. This goes back to how Ultima Online changed. People started crying about, oh, I got killed. Yeah, you got killed. So get good, go out, adventure, get stronger. Then you won't get killed as much. No, they want to come right in immediately and be protected and have all these things. So the next thing you know, they start nerfing the world and things get, you know how it goes. I don't get it, man. If people want a solo experience, then go play a solo game. Why do people come into MMOs and try to tell MMO developers, I want this to be a grand chat room where I get to solo experience and there's no consequences for my actions? Oh, you know, okay, Ryan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that is exactly, it was Trammel. And then they ruined everything, and then all the old school guys like us just quit in droves. I think we came back. Didn't we come back for like, what was it, when they had those portals where you could change classes and get like poison pots and stuff like that? What was it, Apocalypse or something like that? I forget what it was called. We would come back for stuff like that, but after even that wore off, and then we're like, okay, well, because we're just looking for a good PvP experience that they had taken away from us with all the changes they made. Man, I swear, if I could have streamed back in those days, it would have been legend. The stuff that I used to do in Ultima was crazy. I remember one time I was walking around a dungeon. I was angry because I had got my house looted by hackers. They stole my key off my vendor, or something happened. Actually, that would happen because of a patch. That was one thing that happened because of a stupid patch from OSI, from Origin. But then, at one point, I finally just said, I'm out. I'm quitting. I made a post on the bulletin, and then I was like walking around with a player who was just kind of like reminiscing with me, and we were going through some of the dungeons. And I was red, of course, but I was one of those dread good guys, you know, former plugger and all that. So I had, you know, anyway, you guys don't know this, but Ryan will remember. So the reputation was so screwed up in Ultima. I told them it was going to be broken. So they had guys who hacked the reputation system. So they went full circle on the rep. So the bad guys turned into good guys, and the good guys turned into bad guys through the reputation over our heads. So ultimately, all the good guys were running around as dreadlords. And you had to know, but the thing is about Ultima, which was awesome, which is something I would love to see in an MMO again. People knew people by name and reputation, like you do in the real world, right, Ryan? It was like you knew people by name early Ultima, man. You knew certain people. You were like, that guy is going to murder everybody. Stay away from him. That guy's going to help you. You know, like this guild is a good guy guild. This guild is a bad guy guild. It was like you had to know because you were out in the world. It mattered. So even though they broke the reputation system, people still realize, oh yeah, okay, the pluggers just poured it into the dungeon. They're all dreadlords, but they're not going to kill everybody. They got the green robes on. They're here to kill the bad guys. You know, so this was like a real breathing world where things actually mattered. This is the stuff that's been missing from these MMOs for decades. And it's because of players that are like, oh, I can't access everything. I can't have it all my way. You know, it's like, okay, all right, Bambi, let's nerf everything again. I know, anyway. I don't take it that seriously anymore, but back in the day, a lot of us were pretty mad about the changes, but it's been a long time. But now I just can reminisce. But anyway, back to that one story. So I'm going through these dungeons, and because these noobs were in a group, there was like 7 or 8 of them, and they saw the red name, and they must have not been playing more than a couple of weeks or something. They instantly like, oh my God, they attacked me. They didn't know who I was. And I tried to, you know, the guy with me and me, we were like, hey, you don't want to do this, you know, and they started attacking. I ended up having to kill all 7 of them. It's like, and in Ultima, you could do that. You know, it's like, I threw down like firewall, teleported across all 3. These guys didn't even know what was going on before they had like dragged their butts through the 3 different firewalls, and I started popping them off with spells, dropped a freaking vortex on them, and it was over. You know, it's like, that's the stuff that, you know, used to be fun in Ultima, but I think we're going to see some, I have already seen some really good PvP fights on channels like Nazori's in this game, so I think we're going to see some pretty cool stuff in this game eventually. Ooh, these guys are blowing me up here. Yeah, I haven't tried Elder Scrolls Online, but that's a game that I'm going to probably play one of these days because I love Elder Scrolls. I loved Oblivion and Skyrim. Played the crap out of Skyrim. Modded the living dog out of Skyrim. Yeah, but that's the thing, like Ryan knows. So, like, I guess that's the best way to sum it up. Experience in like, I had experiences in Ultima that I can literally retell like they happened to me in real life. I've got story after story. I mean, I could sit here and regale you guys with some crazy stuff that happened in Ultima. I won't do it tonight, but one of these nights I should just get on with old school people and invite them just to chat about games like Ultima and Shadowbane and Dark Age of Camelot, you know, some more hardcore MMOs, and even WoW when it was more active PvP and faction fighting and stuff, and the battlegrounds were still good. They didn't nerf, because most people don't know that, they've come back to classic, but they nerfed all the battlegrounds. They're not nearly as cool. You know, Alterac Valley used to be crazy. I was one of the guys who figured out how to get into the goblin machine before they took it out, and I would hide my body under the bridge, and I'd be killing people for a half an hour on that bridge, baby. It was awesome. People hated me. They took that out of the game. Yeah, we need to have a, that's why I'm hoping, like, you know, there's some great stuff coming out this year and next year. I think we're going to see we're going to have a renaissance of MMO. This might even be a sign of it. This game itself, in its quaint little cozy atmosphere, retro look and all that, it's still, at its core, a pretty spicy PvP game. I think we're going to see some good stuff coming. Yeah, PvP is not, fortunately, as gaming has evolved, one thing I've noticed is that PvP is more accepted now, thankfully. So we're going to see more PvP again in our MMOs. And there'll be, I think we're going to see a resurgence of some of the more hardcore aspects of PvP be more accepted in MMOs. Because people have been doing arena combat games and all these other things. So it won't be as bad as it was like 15 years ago, when people started like rage quitting games because, you know, Mr. Bad GM Wizard murdered me with a firewall. You're seeing PvP being neglected because people can't handle the stress? In what game? I'm curious. Oh, well. Yeah. Well, in a game like ESO, it's similar to... That engine is the same engine that was used for Star Wars The Old Republic. So I don't know if there's some of the same developers involved, but probably are. If I had to guess. So, yeah, they screwed up PvP in that game. Oh. These little buggers, when they're on me all at once, they'll give me a hard time. I'd actually quaff a pot. I think I'm out of pots. I am out of pots. Dang, I didn't realize I was that low on pots. That's not good. I'm not getting bags either. How am I not getting the loot bags out here? Yeah, it's the same engine. They probably have changed it, I'm sure. It's not the same engine, but it's the same base engine for sure. Man, that archer, holy, see the way he's, oh my goodness, he's like got a machine gun. What was that? Well, back in the closed, I was in the closed beta for Star Wars The Old Republic too, believe it or not. And one of the few beta tests, by the way, that I actually got paid. They gave us gift cards. Thank you. Credit to them. All the classes were different. The bounty hunter was its own thing. Ultimately, they end up wrecking everything for balance purposes and ended up mirroring things. So that's how the bounty hunter ended up becoming a mirror image of, what was it, the trooper. And it was like, what are you doing, man? It's like, why are bounty hunters healing people? It's the whole thing just got, you know, I lost interest as a result after that, because it was so much more fun when everybody was unique. And sure, there would needed to be balanced changes. But, you know, people were crying about the bounty hunter being overpowered and the same old thing. It's like, you know, like, instead of crying about things, how about giving input and letting the developers balance stuff? But nope, they wanted a quick bandage, and then that's how that all changed. So everything basically was like, you know, a clone of the other. They did similar things with WoW too. Remember when there was Shaman was only on the Horde side, and ultimately they made it so everybody had a Shaman, et cetera, et cetera. Dude, this guy hurts. Man, that rate of fire is insane. That's one of the things I'm looking at. I haven't played it yet, but like I mentioned this on the stream, that Dungeonborn demo is out. You guys should check that out if you were ever interested in Dark and Darker, because they're taking the Dark and Darker formula and improving upon it from what I've seen. And it's freely playable, and it's on Steam in demo for Next Fest. And they have a wider variety of character classes in that than Dark and Darker does already, and with better animations and better looking characters. So the whole game looks like it's better in almost every way. If you find developers that have the, you know, the skill and the wherewithal, they can just, it's amazing how fast they can take a good idea and implement it. You know, like this, I'll give you another example. So this Helldivers 2, have you guys watched any of that, like on Shroud Stream or Summit or anything? That game looks crazy fun. And then it dawned on me as I'm watching it, I'm like, this is Deep Rock Galactic. Okay, I'm not gonna, this little bugger, I don't know what's up with that goblin, but, you know, screw that. That's ridiculous. That rate of fire is out of control. Anyway, so it's basically Deep Rock Galactic meets Starship Troopers. Looks insanely fun. And my friends and I used to like to play Deep Rock a lot, so now I'm like, okay, I got to tell them about this game, Helldivers 2, because it looks like even more fun. It might be a little bit too intense for them, but for me, it would be like right up my alley. Well, the AAA gaming right now is, the big stink up is that things look good, but they play like crap. So you've got all these talented artists, software engineers, you know, being handed, here's the thing, we want this game, but we want it to do a certain thing politically. We want to inject it with all our, you know, diversity and our ideas that don't have any place in this historical milieu, but no one will care. No, people care. People care. I'm watching this pirate game. I forget the name of it because it's like, it's what, Skull and Bones, I guess? Is that what it is? And the whole time, the very first 5 minutes, I'm like, why is there a shrill-voiced woman screaming orders on the boat the whole time? I'm like, this a pirate game? First off, who wants to hear that the whole time you're playing? Secondly, why is there a woman on the boat at all? let alone in charge of all these men. Then I saw there's cannons and there's like women manning the cannon. I'm like, okay, whoa. So this game has no root whatsoever in historical fact. And you expect people that love pirate games to want to play your AAA title? I'm not going to buy that game. I used to play Pirates by Sid Meier and stuff. I want an actual pirate game that actually has at least some element of immersion and believability in it. That's part of the fun of the pirate game. These people that are producing these games are clueless. And that game is going to tank so hard. You watch. I guarantee you. That game is going to be a memory within a month. People are not going to, I guarantee you, I already see it. People are already losing interest in it. The bigger streamers that got paid to sponsor, they're not going to play that game again. Trust me. Oh, Abby from The Last of Us. I never played The Last of Us, but I saw the whole blow up about The Last of Us 2, and that's exactly the kind of thing. Again, they kill the probably the favorite character. They inject some. I can't even get into it because we know what'll happen. I'll end up getting my freaking channel censored or something. But we all know. Yeah, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that stuff in their games. Come on now. We want to be entertained. I don't want to be like reminded of the real world and real world politics in my games. Thank you very much. I don't game to be reminded of the problems in the world. I game to get away from the problems in the world. Good Lord. Ooh, that little charge. Ouch. Oh, and while we're on this subject of the pirates, did you guys hear about the new Disney plan for the movies? So we know Johnny Depp isn't coming back, right? So what are they planning to do? Race and sex swap the main character. Of course. Oh, and even worse, it gets even worse. She's going to be called Bonnie. And Bonnie was one of the most famous female pirates in actual history. But of course, she was a redheaded Irish girl. So you know where I'm going with this, right? They won't stop offending people. They are going to continue. I don't know what's going on in Hollywood, but Hollywood deserves to lose every piece of money they've ever earned. It's out of control. And they've got people like Tyrone Magnus saying, what are you doing? Why are you changing this stuff? I've been watching Tyrone for years. He constantly is like, and he's a black guy, and he's like, I don't want this. I don't want this either. I'm like, thank you. A voice of reason in the wilderness. No one with any sense wants these crazy changes in movies, video games, books. We want to be entertained by good characters and great stories. And we want to have an air of believability. And I can relate to people that don't look like me. This is the thing. Yeah. Anyway, I'll get off this thing, but man, I'm just like so many other thousands of people now. I think the pendulum is finally swinging, and people are like, dude, you keep putting out stuff like this. I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to go to the movies for it. I'm not going to freaking watch it on TV. I'm certainly not going to subscribe to the Disney Channel. Well, if stakeholders are the reason, well, then they're going to be losing their butts, and those stakeholders are going to be changing their tune then because they've lost their minds. Oh, yeah. And and they're going to they're going to increase actual pirating of everything because no one's going to want to pay for any of it. So they're creating their own demise because the kids have the tech. They know how to pirate stuff. It isn't like they can't do it. So they're just going to increase the rate of piracy. When people would be happy to support something like they love, like the Lord of the Rings franchise, because they love it. And of course they want to pay for it because they want more of that, right? You see what I'm saying? But then they even Amazon puts out that big turd, Rings of Power. And I'm to the point where I want to start a class action lawsuit against Amazon to force them to stop making that series. That's how bad it is. Please, for the love of God, don't make any more of them. Oh, and Wheel of Time. Yeah, another one. I quit watching that after like halfway through the first season. I'd read like not all the books, but like the first 4 books or whatever. And I never was a big Wheel of Time fan for a lot of reasons, but I at least wanted to see the main characters done correctly. And of course, they stunk that up too. And we all know what happened in the last season of Game of Thrones. So, yeah. But on the positive note, and I predicted this a while ago, and now it's come to be true and come to pass, and it's getting ready to happen. I was like, Warhammer 40K. Warhammer 40K. There's a void to be filled. Star Wars is a big void now, and people are thirsty for something different. And here comes Warhammer, thinking, wait a minute, we need to make some movies and TV shows. And boom, now it's getting ready to happen. So that's the thing to keep your eye on. Oop, ouch. So anyway, how did I get on all this tangent? This is what happens, I guess, when you grind for close to 5 hours. Actually, yeah, 4.5 hours. I just want something to take my mind off the grind. Oh, well, Warhammer will stay true to itself. Otherwise, there's no point in making it. And they've got... I'm having a brain fart all of a sudden. Superman, that actor, he's heading it. He's the executive producer, and he's a Warhammer player. So he's not going to let it get woked up. It'll be in the contracts. That's why I'm excited about it, because I'm like, we're actually going to get something decent. Yeah, he quit that show because of all of... He wasn't a producer on that show. He was at their mercy. That's why he quit. Yeah, they did the same thing with that too. Man, these melees are so much weaker than the guy with a bow. It's not even funny. Oh yeah, the prices on Warhammer stuff. Games Workshop has always been beyond greedy. Oh, another one of these archers. No thanks. Bye. That rate of fire needs to be corrected. Developers. I'm actually gonna message them right now. What's up with this? What is up with this crazy rate of fire? Oh, 3D printing is the big thing now for all tabletop stuff. Yeah, for sure. I don't have a 3D printer yet, but I certainly am going to get one eventually myself because I got a big basement and I'm getting back into Dungeons and Dragons, and I actually like to paint miniatures, and I'm pretty good at it. So why would I not have a 3D printer eventually? And I like, I do have some Space Marines, but I want to get actually, if I was to actually get into Warhammer 40K, I'm waiting for some plastic Krieg. That's what I'm waiting for. Then I'll actually consider buying an army again and maybe actually look for some people to play against. But yeah, I would just enjoy just having a Krieg army just to paint and customize and build the tanks and stuff. But it's always so like Dyer was saying, the pricing is just insane. I mean, couldn't afford these things, man, before. Like, holy mackerel. So at least the plastic would be a little bit cheaper. Yeah, I still have the original cardboard heroes that we used to use back in the 80s for tabletop D&D. I still have all those cardboard heroes. Got them in those little, I stored them in these little like units you would use to store like fishing lures and stuff. They work perfectly. So each little drawer would have, I'd have zombies in this one, orcs in this one, and they work great. And they looked great. I think they were put out by Steve Jackson Games. I almost got hired by Steve Jackson Games, believe it or not, one time as an editor. So didn't happen. I came in second. Sad face. I just moved to Texas and I was desperately looking for a job change. And I got wind of them looking for an editor. I think it was for GURPS or something. Anyway, didn't happen, but still have all those cardboard heroes, man. And now you can just get a color printer and make your own, make as many as you want. Whoa. Oh, damn it. See, they delayed me. I couldn't go up the stairs. Uh-oh. Die. Oh, well, now they're trying to do the virtual tabletop thing, and they're not going to publish actual books anymore with this one D&D crap. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast, as far as I'm concerned, needs to sell. Hasbro needs to sell D&D, get it out of the hands of Wizards of the Coast. It'll happen, because I guarantee you they're going to lose. They're going to lose so much money with this one D&D thing that Hasbro will be like, okay, well, this is a fail. And the rumors have been floating around that the guys in charge of Baldur's Gate 3 wanted to buy the D&D license. Can you imagine? I'm like, I may not agree with all the things they did with Baldur's Gate 3 as far as like implementing all the crazy, hoochie coochie stuff that's in the game that was never part of Dungeons and Dragons, frankly, and will never be at my table. But that's a choice you can make, at least in the game. You don't have to play it like that. What I'm interested in is if those guys who've shown how great they are at constructing a game and the beauty of Baldur's Gate's engine, imagine Baldur's Gate 3 owning the D&D license and being able to put a Dungeon Master mode in that engine and then releasing expansions. Holy mackerel, the possibilities are mind-bending. I mean, as far as like virtual Dungeons and Dragons to play like the tabletop, that would be the ultimate environment. And being able to edit that stuff and buy new, building types and creatures and whatever that you could use as a dungeon master to create your own custom world and or adventures. Oh my gosh, that's the future. And then with AI, where that's going, you could end up having AI implemented into these games where it can actually like make NPCs talk for you and in real time. I mean, yeah, we're going to see some changes here in gaming. I'm telling you, that are going to blow people's minds in the next 10 years. You didn't like the class design in the game? Well, that's because of 5th edition. D&D 5th edition is the problem there. It's not BG3 that's at fault. It's because they've taken... So I complain about because I started playing 5th edition last year for the first time, and we've been doing... You can actually watch... You can go... If you check out my YouTube, you can find the D&D playlist. There's 3 or 4 episodes of actual live D&D. And so we're playing 5th edition, and we're using Fantasy Grounds for it. And as I play more of it, I realize, like, I'm watching all these other classes, and I'm learning more about how the other classes actually operate. I'm like, everybody's got spells. Every damn class is a spellcaster now. That's not the way things used to be in classic Dungeons and Dragons. And that's a big problem. There's a lot of other problems too, but I think that's what you're sensing, is that there's just way too much going on, and it's not classic feeling. You don't have a classic cleric, a classic ranger, a classic fighter, barbarian, etc. Everybody is a superhero in 5th edition. And that's a common complaint. And everybody's so hard to kill in 5th edition. It's ridiculous. Like, I'm only running like what, a level 6 mage, and I am just, you know, I keep hinting to my buddy who's a dungeon master. I'm like Andy, you got to kill me. You got to kill me, because everyone thinks they're invincible. You should be trying to kill the mage, the old experienced wizard. If we go up against, you know, Strahd the vampire, you know, he's got like a genius level IQ. He's going to try to kill me. Kill me. I should be the priority target, because the minute I die, the whole fight is going to change. Everyone's going to suddenly have a chance of dying, you know? That's the problem with 5th edition. It's just, everybody's a superhero. Yeah, there's not a huge difference, because they've given everybody similar spells. In fact, they changed it so everyone has 9th circle spells, every class. That's not the way mage... Okay, they also changed it in 5th edition so experience tables are identical. So a fighter takes the same amount of time to level as a magic user. That is stupid. In 1st and 2nd edition Dungeons and Dragons, man, these things spawn so freaking fast. Hold on. In 1st and 2nd edition, a mage starts out with a die 4 in hit points. He's probably going to have a feeble constitution, so he probably will not have any points to put even onto that. So he'd be lucky. And if you got a nice dungeon master, he's going to start you with a full hit dice. You're going to have 4 hit points. So you're at 1st level. You have the hardest experience point tables. It takes you the longest to actually level. So most mages end up getting killed long before they're ever powerful, right? So that's how the game was. The game was set up so that there was weights and balances between the classes. A fighter had different saving rolls. So the saving roll system was completely different for a melee fighter, a ranger, or paladin than the wizard. So they actually had built-in magic resistance because their saves were slightly better against magic. They took all this stuff. It's all generic now. Everybody is the same, and that's what you're sensing in the classes when you play BG3. But see, now if they give us tools, if they get the license then they could literally, we could see like the guys who made BG3 say, oh yeah, guess what? Our new expansion coming out next summer is going to be the first edition Dungeons and Dragons rule set. Holy mackerel, dude. I'd be dancing down the street. What? You know, that would be old school. Then you'd have actual like dangerous games of Dungeons and Dragons that feel more rewarding, and every class is unique feeling and, you know, not overly complicated. And the focus will be on the story and the fun and not about, oh, my character just got this new superpower and feat and all these other things that they have to worry about. It's like, no, man, that's not what it's about. Yeah, like, it just came to me now, but like, you know, why not, right? I mean, they would sell like hotcakes. All the old school guys like me would buy that immediately. Every Gen X 80s Dungeons and Dragons player would buy that immediately. They'd make millions. Whoop, I didn't mean to draw that guy. Hold on. Better drink my beer down here. Yeah, well, if I find out they actually end up coming close to getting the IP, I will definitely message them some ideas. Yeah, they've been trying to lure me back into DMing because I was the mainstay dungeon master back when we were kids in junior high and high school. And I just haven't done it yet, except for one quick session that I did 2 years ago or something on a bet. But I'm probably going to start, like, if I get this channel full time, for instance, and I have nothing but time to work on gaming, then I'm going to definitely get serious, and I'll probably end up doing like a Dungeons and Dragons focus, like on, you know, 1 day a week or something with a group. And I'll be dungeon mastering too once in a while. And that would be, then there'll be more incentive for me to get involved in pushing for projects like Baldur's Gate 4 to do certain things differently, or Baldur's Gate 3 to have DLCs and to buy the IP by all means. And we should like petition them, whoever it takes, you know, that I know they're doing like, what is it, like Tencent or whatever out of China has all the money bags for them. And the rumor was they were talking to Hasbro, then Hasbro denied it. I think Hasbro's lying. You know, I think they have been talking to them because it's logical. There's a lot of money there to be had, and they're having a hard time with the IP. I've got this quick slash. I don't use it hardly ever, but actually it comes in handy sometimes, even though it's a melee ability. Oh, well, I'm a writer, so I'm a published author, so yeah, don't worry. My DM said I have my own game world that I want to. That's another thing I want to do. If I come back to Dungeons and Dragons, then I want to actually basically come at it from two angles, where I'll get back to work on my game world and then use that as a setting for epic fantasy series, and then kind of like kill two birds with one stone. That's the dream anyway. But that's still going to be a lot of work, but a lot of work. But it would kind of like work itself out if I do both, because that way I'll constantly be working on one or the other, and they'll actually complement each other. Yeah, DMing is an art form and a science combined. It's not for everybody. You got to really have a passion for it too. I mean, I'm proud of my buddy because he never DM'd until the last couple of years. He was in my group when we were young. And now he's got his own, he's got his own sons, and he wants to, so he took it upon himself to start looking into the virtual tabletop stuff. And then he was like, well, we're going to play again, and I'm going to DM. And I was like, okay. And you know what? He's gotten pretty good. Gotta say, man. Not easy, especially with all the technology you have to deal with now. Well, you didn't like the tone of BG. Well, that's because you're normal, Bez. You're normal. The tone of the game is weird. And, that's what people sense. And that's what a lot of people, the controversy was about initially. So there are parts of the game that I'm pretty much, when I get an inkling of like, oh, wait a minute, I think I know what's about to happen here, I literally will just walk away from it. That's how I keep it in check in Baldur's Gate. Like any game, play it the way you want to play it. Don't let the game play you, so they can put their weirdness into anything, but if you can escape it by just literally walking in another direction, then there you go. Try that. That's what I would. And also, you don't have to implement every NPC that's available either. So try doing other run-throughs. I haven't even completed the game. I haven't had time to even complete it. I started streaming it. I have a few sessions that I streamed here of it, and I moved on to other stuff. But we were talking about that actually the other night. We have like a thing where we try to do like 4-man with BG3, but like there's never enough time to get everybody together again. It's almost like having a regular sit-down D&D group, having almost as many problems keeping people together. So we're just going to probably do like a 2-man and do a playthrough of it. And, there's no reason that I would want to put like every NPC into the game anyway. So that way we don't have to have some interactions that we just don't want in the first place. Yeah, give it another look. Give it time to cool off. Then, I mean, it's a great game. But if you're just not feeling it right now, then, go back. But like some games deserve to be shelved. I predicted that Diablo 4 would stink, so I didn't buy it. I was in the beta, the open beta, and I played, and I streamed a bunch of it. There's stuff in my playlists of it. And I was complaining about stuff then, and I'm like, it dawned on me, I'm like, do I really want to stream this thing? I'm going to pay 70 to 100 bucks. No. And now everybody's like bailing on Diablo 4. And then I bought, like so many other people, Starfield. Well, we all see what happened with Starfield. Everybody woke up one day and was like, man, this game is boring. Everybody I uninstalled it. I just sat down here one day and I was like, I'm not going to play this again. I just uninstalled. I'm like, they're not going to force me to play. And they can say all that they want to say. Oh, well, the players aren't doing it right, or you're approaching it that, no, your game is boring. Don't try to gaslight the gaming world. People know when a game is boring. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whew, that was close. Yeah, Starfield just using the same old engine and having all those different instances. And as somebody who's had access to Star Citizen since I backed it all those years ago, I just know, I'm just going, okay, well, I'm waiting for Star Citizen to come out 1.0, and then there'll be the space opera game to play. Starfield ain't it. Now everybody should be rightfully freaking out a little bit, because if they stunk up Starfield this much, what's going to happen with the next Elder Scrolls? Or the next Fallout? Goblins are growing kind of slow, but I'm talking a lot, so that's probably had something to do with it. Ow. Uh-oh. 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 Ooh, okay, I'm cutting it super close. I don't have any pots. Am I getting any bags at all? Let's see. Hopefully I get a pot. There we go. Okay. One pot. The bag for the quest? Which quest? Oh, wait, I don't have any of my buffs on. Duh. This will help a little bit. Actually help a lot. After potato farming. Oh, at the little community plot thing? It's probably in your quest section. If you look at your inventory, click on the quest tab. It's probably under there. Automatically. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember creating a bag. It's probably just given to you and it's just hidden under the quest tab. I'm surprised there are any mobs in these big sections. It's actually kind of nice, to be honest. I don't like everything to be the same all the time. Oh, this thing is back already? Didn't I just kill you? All right. Well, we're over 5 hours into this sucker. That might be not good for me, actually. Might have to wind this up here. I may not be able to edit my YouTube video. Oh well, it's fine, whatever. So what if I never can monetize this episode? I can't monetize anything yet anyway. Been a good stream. It's been good to talk about some of this stuff that I rarely get a chance to talk about. Wow, this guy's like charging me like crazy. Whoop. I didn't think he was on the same level with the archer. No, 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 no. No, it's different. So like, trying to get, so I simulcast, so I'm on YouTube and Twitch right now at the same time. So small streamers, you're trying to get a different set of parameters met. So it's different on Twitch compared to YouTube. But I think on YouTube, it's down to only like 300 subs to finally get monetized. Used to be 1,000. But it's so hard for new creators to even be seen. They had to lower it. So I think it's 300 anyway. They might have changed it again. They're always changing these rules to these companies, so who even knows? So it's a grind. I got like 9 YouTube subs in 2 days this week, so that's pretty good for me. I think it's because people were laughing at that Elden Ring episode I put out recently. Yeah, past the halfway mark, so we'll see. It would just be nice. It'd be one step closer to the dream of being a full-time streamer, but, I'm not delusional. The odds of it happening are small. But hey, I figure, what the heck? I've done so many other things. Why not just give it a shot? Finally, a supply bag. I mean, what's up with this out here? So few supply bags. I appeared on your feed 2 times this week. dunno. Maybe my keywords are getting good or something. Man, he should have been dead a long time ago. What is up? Well, at least I got a supply bag. Probably nowhere near being able to get anything, yeah. No Raven packs. Well, the grind is real on this Sunday. This is such a small space right here. Is DMing a watchable thing on Twitch? Sure. Yeah. I stream our live sessions when I can. But we just haven't been able to have a D&D session for the last 3 weeks, so we're getting kind of antsy. That's why we're going to come up with some different strategies to be able to play regularly. Okay. Wow, I was getting healed that whole time. That's cool. Yeah, the tools are cool and all, but they're fairly complex and they're constantly changing, so it's a real challenge to for the DM. I don't even know if I'll be good at it. And I've got a pretty good tech background, but you know, I don't know, getting to the point where I don't know if I have the patience for learning a bunch of new stuff again. But it depends. There's certain things that'll get me more excited. There's some really good map making software out there, like Dungeon Alchemist, that I'm eyeballing, and I'm like, man, that looks great. So if I can get something that I can really bring a really, really sexy environment to the stream through the tabletop stuff like Fantasy Grounds, and I can custom make maps based on my, you know, my campaign world, then I'll be like, okay, worth it. It just depends on how it ultimately can all come together with sound and maps and everything else involved. So I have a certain level of quality that I want to implement if I'm going to do it. But then, you know, that ups the complexity, so it really just comes down to time. There's always only so many hours in a day, so. Oh, this thing. I keep forgetting this archer's here. I do not want to waste my time with that thing. Oh, we've got the basics of fantasy rounds down pretty much, but there's so many layers to it. You know, for one thing, if I DM, I'm not going to be DMing 5th edition. You know, Andy can DM 5th edition. We already got that covered, but I'm going to DM 1st edition. So, and I'll have to make sure that that can be properly implemented by a tabletop, virtual tabletop. And then I have to pick the correct virtual tabletop that'll work best for me. It may not even end up being Fantasy Grounds, which could be something completely different. So there's going to be a whole bunch of different things. Then I'm an audiophile, so I'm going to have to work with sound effects and music and all kinds of different things that I can implement at the same time as I'm DMing and working with the tabletop mapping and everything else involved. So, and then ultimately, I'd like to bring some AI into the picture. And I'm capable of all this stuff, but it's just, you know, like I say, I have to have the desire and I have to be making some money off of what I'm doing, or it's not worth it. You know, it's like, because I've other things that I could be doing, like writing a book or something, or, you know, not that I'm ever going to be wealthy. I'm probably going to be a poor artiste forever, but you know, we'll see. Just having the time would be enough. I don't have to be rich. I just want to be able to do cool stuff with the channel. Cooler stuff. Anyway. Is that the edition that made you roll your starting class? No, you picked your class. You would roll your attributes. 4 die 6, take away the lowest, which is the typical, most standard way to roll characters. Then you put the 3 die 6 results into whatever order you want on your character sheet, and from there you pick your class and your race. Pretty easy to implement, and sometimes you would get a character that was, you know, not so hot, but it didn't mean that you wouldn't have a good time with it. You'd make it work. You get creative. And the game was more about using your head anyway. It wasn't about, oh, well, every die roll needs to be made to get through a situation. No. In the old days, situations were about the players and their decisions more than what the characters are doing. You know, the characters play a role, but a good DM would reward smart players for good role playing and good situational awareness and good puzzle solving and all that, and give you appropriate amounts of EXP as a result, and or rewards, whether they're mundane items or magic items or whatever. The thrill was in the adventure. The thrill was in surviving. Just the fact that you could get through a session was a big deal back in the early days. There was always an element of danger in Dungeons and Dragons. That element is gone nowadays. So that element will be back for sure when I DM, because heck, I have an idea where basically it'll be a bunch of 0-level characters. I'll give each player 3 to 5 0-level characters that are just basically randomly rolled. And then they'll try to go through a gauntlet type dungeon, and whatever one survive, that'll be the character that they develop into a 1st level character. And then I have a custom system with homebrew rules to actually turn those characters more into heroic versions of themselves because they actually survived and had that potential. And then the game will start from there, you know. So it won't be the standard, oh, we start by meeting in a tavern. There'll never be that kind of crap in my games, man. There's going to be something interesting going on right from the outset. How are we doing here? This grind is... Yeah, it's alright, I guess. It's pretty long. Yeah, like you give them 40 and one survives. Yeah, kind of the same idea. The trick to any successful D&D group is simple. If the dungeon master is doing his job, people want to play the game. That's just it. And it's a group effort. D&D, when it's played right, is all about the entire group. It's not just the dungeon master. The players and the dungeon master together make the session work. And that's why it's important to have people that you want to play with at your table, right? So you don't have to worry about, oh, you know, we don't know how this person's going to react. We need a sensitivity reader to, you know, none of that stuff. You got to have people at your table that already understand you and your values and what you want to have come about out of your session of Dungeons & Dragons or any role-playing game or any game, any tabletop game, any face-to-face game, period. And it's not easy to find those people sometimes, but when you do, you know, it's like magic and it works. And then people always look forward to that part of the hobby and getting together with their friends and playing. And that's what I missed all these, you know, years later. That's why I'm getting back into it now. I'm like, you know, like, yeah, man, those were the days. Why not? Now I'm getting older. Why not get back into it? And my second childhood, it's all good. Anyway, eventually, yeah, I'll DM again. And I'll stream and stuff. And I'll learn new tools and bring all that craziness that I've always dreamed about when I was an 80s DM. Wouldn't it be amazing if I had a computer that could do this and that and this? And now those days are here. Oh, well, you know, like I say, it was about creative gameplay can make all the difference. So an example would be one of my major characters, my first major D&D character was a simple cleric, but I played him like a warrior priest. So he was always at the front line. He was always rushing into battle and risking everything, and he came close to dying all the time. But it paid off, and I would ultimately, you know, leveled, and I think he made it to like a 10th or 11th level before that particular character. We moved on to something else, but I remember one time there was a tavern we entered, and it was basically a trap. And I caught on because there was like mirrors and garlic and stuff carefully placed in the top level of this tavern. And we had ultimately encountered some vampires in the bottom of this thing or something. They chased us up, you know, different flights of stairs, and our whole group was just, we were way too low level for them. But my cleric was a priest of of Ra, the Egyptian god of the sun. And as a result, one time a day, I could fire a beam of pure sunlight out of my hand. And so I smirked at my dungeon master and was like, there's mirrors on these walls, right? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. I stand over here and I angle this way and I fire it so that the sunbeam comes out of my hand and blasts across all the different angles of the mirrors into one another. And he was like, oh my, you know, and I was like, yep. And I killed like 4 vampires instantly and gained like 3 levels that day from that session. So, you know, that's how you play D&D, man. It was about using your head to get out of sticky situations. Using the tools you got. It wasn't about well, let's roll to see if you can survive jumping across this bridge based on your dexterity or whatever. That wasn't a priority. But at the root of it, when you think about it, now that we're, talking about this and I'm playing this character here, this is one of the reasons this game is popular with people. It's because the same thing when you were asking me questions earlier and now you're tinkering with the game yourself, you saw the potential in the system, right? So the system is deep and complex underneath this little veneer of, pixelated characters. There's actually some texture here to play with. And that's why people were interested, because they're like, well, if this is the beginning, it can only get better, right? So yeah, it's like the challenge of using this system to try to build characters that can do well is where the fun really lies, and constantly tweaking and improving and coming up with a unique solution to the problem, right? That's a big problem with like these AAA titles like we were talking about earlier tonight. They look good, but there's no substance. And that's why people can't stand them. Because as soon as the sexiness wears off, suddenly you realize, well, this is boring. What am I doing? And you move on to something else. And hopefully people get smart and stop dropping $100, $70 on garbage. And I really am basically about supporting indie developers. Like Valheim, for instance. The success of Valheim is a perfect example of that. Easily one of the greatest games I've ever played. And probably the game I've streamed the most hours on this channel. And I bet most people don't even know I even did those streams. But there's a bunch of great Valheim material there. Yeah, well, not everything has to be balanced. It depends, right? Like, in first edition, Dungeons and Dragons, mages aren't balanced. They're not supposed to be balanced because, like I said, it's set up to be extremely difficult to survive with a wizard. But if you do, then you've survived on your own real life brains more often than not. And you get more power as a result if you survive. And then ultimately, yeah, the most feared class in first edition, without doubt, is a wizard. Magic user, for good reason. Because they have the highest circle spells, the most magic power. And they can do the craziest stuff. But that gives it flavor, right? I mean, just like dragons, right? Like it's Dungeons and Dragons. Well, if dragons were quote unquote balanced, nobody would be afraid of them. So what would be the excitement of that? But just the mere mention of a dragon in first edition was enough to make you go, oh, what? It's like, and especially if your dungeon master said, and on top of the horde of whatever is a red dragon, you're like, first thing out of your mouth is, how old? Can we tell how old it is? That kind of thing. Because you knew damn well if you were facing off against an ancient red dragon, your whole party was about to wipe, So there was a reason to run. And that's the difference between like the newest edition and the classic stuff is, that element just isn't there. It's like we have yet to face anything that we haven't overcome in our 5th edition sessions. And some of these things you would think on the surface, we faced off against a black dragon. Now it was a young black dragon, but we defeated it, with our group of like level 3 and 4s. Now, it did get unlucky a few times, but I think it had more to do with the mechanics of the classes than anything else. I've just been like on a soapbox tonight, haven't I, about the gaming industry and stuff. At least my coffee stays hot in this thermos, man. It's good. Well, D&D has a classic selection of dragons based on colors and metals, so... And the different ranks are based on, you know, the type of color and or metal. So the good dragons are metal looking, right? You have gold dragons, silver dragons, etc. And then, you know, the evil dragons are colored, like red is the most powerful. You got black, white, etc. And they all have different breadth attacks based on what type they are. Yeah. Now, black is probably the, well, I don't know if it's the weakest. White might be the weakest. Black is fairly weak in the hierarchy, but it also depends on the age. So the age of dragons in Dungeons and Dragons matters bigly, right? So it's like there's a huge difference between a young dragon of any kind and an ancient version. So the, you know, the ones that have lived the longest are the smartest, most cunning, most dangerous ones of their type. So that's why if you run into an ancient red dragon, it's like running into smog, you know, and nobody wants to run into smog. Guild Wars 2 is a good game. I still have it. I think I still have it on my system, actually. It's probably still installed. I just haven't played it forever. We had a lot of fun with that. My guild from way back played the original, and then I got invited to play the second one with allied guild of ours for a while. And people go different directions, and I lost interest. But yeah, a lot of good ideas implemented in that. They're handling a world quest and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. It's weird, my music in the game stops sometimes on its own that I've implemented. I'm not sure why that's happening, but it's probably just for the best, actually, because less chance of getting stuff flagged on the YouTubes. We can turn on the in-game music here in a second that I rarely listen to. Let's see. I'm not a big fan of the soundtrack of this game, I'll be honest. I think they can do better. Oh, Warhammer Age of Reckoning. That was another game that got ruined by bad oversight. It came out super strong. All the gaming guild that I knew jumped right into it. And we had some crazy throwdown faction battles in the first couple of areas. But then it just started to peter out. Basically because they couldn't keep the momentum going in the bigger areas. And they ended up making rules changes that started hurting the PvP. And then people got bored and moved on to something else. But there's a private server where you can play that game now where apparently they've implemented a whole lot of custom content, so might be worth taking a look if you ever liked that game. Yeah, I mean, we're probably never going to see PvP like we used to have in the old days, where, like in Ultima Online, where it was full loot. Every time you left the safety of the city, you were at risk. It didn't matter who you were. You had to rely on other players. You had to actually have relationships with other players. Sometimes you'd have to hire people to protect you or whatever, or word of mouth bounties were a thing. People would get that angry. They'd hire somebody like me to go look for, or somebody to look for me, because there came a point in the game's evolution where ultimately I was forced to become a player killer myself to survive, and then that was a whole nother experience. And then it's like, but it was a world that had life in itself that mattered, and it created its own stories. Now that's what they're trying to do with some of these games that are in development right now, like PAX Day, for instance. They want the players to be the focus, and they want the players to build their own, towns, and they want the players to, to have reputations that are organic and, things like that. There's potential that we're going to maybe have some experience similar to that again, but, I'll believe it when it happens. I keep joking that one day somebody's gonna do it by accident. I remember one time, just another, like I said, I have all these stories from Ultima. I remember one time in particular, I think I was on, it might have been on Atlantic, but it might have been on my Catskills character, but I think it was Atlantic. I'm trying to remember. Anyway, there was a power difference between my version of my character on Catskills and then my main character on Atlantic. But anyway, regardless, I was a PK, I was a Dreadlord actively you know, being a bad guy, but I would run solo 99% of the time, which was very rare for people to do. But I could make it work. It was hard, but I mean, that was the challenge. I liked it. And also it was more fair to other people because I didn't want to like just dominate everybody all the time. And so I was always looking for a challenge one way or another. And I remember one time these two guys in full shiny brand new plate armor came out and they found me in the woods or something near wherever I was hanging out, and they were like, "We've been sent to kill you by the people in town or whatever." And I was like, "Come on, fellas, we don't need to do this, you know." And then, you know, they were dead within seconds because they were up against something they couldn't deal with, a GM mage. Like, dude, you can't just come out in Ultima Online, you know, in your shiny plate armor against a Grandmaster Wizard. You're gonna die, you know. And I tried to warn them, but. And then, you know, ultimately I ended up putting all their shiny armor on my NPC vendors to be sold, you know. And that's how I used to make my money as any good PK back in the day in Ultima. Just kill people and then sell their stuff to other players. Because it was an actual player economy. Yeah, faction-based stuff can work also. Faction worked great in Dark Age Camelot, for instance. In fact, I don't think most people realize this, but there's been an ongoing development process on a sequel to Dark Age Camelot for years. So that's a development. Ultimately, I mean, they tried to implement faction combat into Crowfall before its demise, and it had a positive impact. They should have had it from the beginning. And this game will probably end up having something like that at some point in time. It'll either be that or it'll be guild-based or both. But I mean, at the very minimum, they're going to implement guild warfare in this game, guaranteed. They already have it on the roadmap. Dark Age Camelot? No, Dark Age Camelot was like a... It was a combination of different mythologies from like one faction was Albion, Arthurian based, and then you had another one was based on like Norse mythology, and then another one based on Celtic mythology, Hibernia. So I started out on Hibernia. I never played on Albion because nobody liked Albion. Ooh, Tui. Spit on those shiny knights. But anyway, then I finally said, okay, I've had enough of being on the Gimp faction and working so hard. I'm going to join the overpowered faction. So I got on a troll, and I actually, the only time I ever double boxed, so I made a shaman, a little kobold shaman that I would tow around on my sword and board troll. Because it was almost a necessity, because other classes like the casters were so overpowered versus melee types in Dark Age that I had to have my own pocket healer to even have a chance, because I was running around by myself, especially after my guild left. But man, we went through, I mean, so many. Uh-oh, I'm stuck here. Something's happening. I don't know what's going on. I'm stuck. There it goes. Okay. It bugs out like that sometimes. Let me go down here. Oh, Crowfall. Yeah, Crowfall was fantasy. Crowfall had potential, but it just... I don't know. studio was too small. They made some critical errors in development, and they just couldn't pull it up. And it got a lot of bad word of mouth press from some streamers, reviewers that really killed it, in my opinion. And I was not happy to see that happen. But it is what it is, you know. As soon as people start to and then people get on the bandwagon, they all want to just pile on, and that was it. Crowfall was over. Now Crowfall may come back, but I've heard rumor that the company that was supposed to that took over the IP is now they're in trouble or they don't exist anymore either. So I think maybe it's over. It was a new game. It's long over now. A couple of years ago. Hey, legacy level 23. 2 more levels, I get into better gear. And things open up. At 25, you'll be able to access a boat and stuff like that. Housing, I think. We already have access to housing. I forget. No, not yet. 25, I think. Years are like months? Yeah, wait till you get older. Time flies. All right, I think I'm going to wind this down in the next 15 minutes because we'll be approaching the 6-hour mark. And I'm hungry. I've literally not had a bite to eat in 6 hours. Oh, there's a player. Oh, I don't want to waste that on him. There. As soon as I made this character, I immediately was like, man, I gotta have a wizard hat or I'm never gonna be happy. This is one of the priorities. I freely admit. Eating once a day makes you healthier? I don't know about that. People have a lot of crazy ideas. Everybody's different. I gotta eat, man. I have a crazy appetite. I'm a grazer, always have been. I mean, I have a high metabolism apparently, so. But I also have psoriasis, which I'm sure has something to do with it. So my body overproduces skin cells, so I have to constantly take in sustenance or I will get fatigued. I guess I already cast my leech on another one. Yeah, I must have. You made yours for the hairstyle? Yeah. Yeah. Priorities, man. Rule of cool. You gotta look good while you're killing things in video games. I wish I'd stop hitting caps lock. Hey, bald works. Look at Asmongold. Yeah, I could just kill these guys straight up with just repeated fireballs. I'm hitting pretty good, pretty hard. Heck? I'm like, where am I hitting here? Be getting tired. It's definitely worth questing in this game. And I've heard that the quests, they do run out at a point as you level. So do the quests whenever you can, because the rewards are worth it. Typically. Are cards character specific? What do you mean character specific? You mean class? They're class specific. I mean, archetype specific. Yeah, they're all account bound. You only have them. They're actually character bound even. You can't spread them across your account. Yeah, they're not shareable. The cards are only on each. You have a different set of cards, different bank, all that's per character. Yeah, there's no crossing the streams. You're not going to be able to twink any of them out and stuff. I don't know why you think it forces you into specific builds. Give me an example. I haven't felt that way at all. You didn't like how Valheim played, really? Well, I mean, Valheim can get frustrating. There's definitely an element, especially in the Mistlands, that can turn people off. Oh, well, that's just random. They're completely random. The cards, you're going to sometimes get cards that just aren't useful for what you're currently using. So, get used to that. But it's good to level the different archetypes, so they can all come in handy at some point in time. Jeez. A little bomber almost got me. Oh man, okay, they're spawning fast and furious now. Uh-oh. 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 Damn stairs. Let me up. I don't like that mechanic at all. That can get you murdered when you can't get back up the stairs because they won't let you. No, you don't. You just have to keep getting cards. That's all. You're never going to... I'll tell you right now, you're not going to be smart if you just try to settle on a build right out the gate. That's not going to happen. Let it... Whatever happens organically, use what you have available and use what's powerful or something you haven't experimented with. Look at it that way. Don't try to settle on a build early on. What you want to be focusing on now is stuff that will actually help you kill efficiently and level efficiently more than anything else. So when you come up with something that works for your playstyle in that regard, then you're doing it right. And then as you level, then you'll have more skill points and archetypes that you leveled up, and you'll be able to mix and match and come up with your own unique working sets. And it won't just be one specific one. You'll have several that you'll probably end up liking that you'll be able to swap out whenever you need to relatively easily. So the focus should be what type of damage you want to focus on. Do you want to be a meleeer or do you want to be a caster, right? And that is where the difference is, like, as far as like convenience sake and buying equipment, you might do similar to what I'm trying to do here with these two characters. Like one's going to be like, this guy's obviously magic focus. On my other account, I'm going to just focus on melee because then I don't have to constantly worry about, okay, I need to have a whole nother set of whatever to swap in. No, screw that. I'm just going to keep, because when you take items in this game, one of the nice things is, in the infusion system, all this stuff can go into the next stuff you buy. You can take, if I buy new tier 3, chest armor, I can load it up with any of this stuff and get a lot of the properties and value from what already pre-exists from my old gear. It carries on into the new gear. But the trick is the stats. You're always going to be having to worry about the base stats. So if you implement something that doesn't have the same stats, I think it does not carry on. Like, you'll lose dex if you infuse that into a intelligence piece, etc. But the overall power of the item will carry through and end up giving you bonuses. That whole experience thing that you were asking me about earlier. Yeah, but you don't have to use the card. The cards are not there to force you to use the cards. The cards are there to use when you find what works for your... You should definitely not be prioritizing your characters based on the cards. you should be working on the base set of skills first, and then wait for cards to drop that you can use in what you already are implementing. Now, sometimes you'll find something that might make you change your decision. Then you go at that. In that case, you reset that archetype and then drop, you know, an ability and swap it out for something new because, oh, wait a minute, that card is so good. It's undeniable. That'll work for me. Yeah, sure. Once in a while, that will happen. But I don't prioritize at all based on the cards. I prioritize first and foremost on what I'm trying to do with the actual synergy of the different archetypes. Also, whatever you want to focus on. If you want to focus on DPS, do you want to focus on crit? Do you want to focus on healing? Do you want to focus on being tanky? You know, come at it from that direction first, and it'll be a lot easier for you to come up with something that's fun for you to play and successful. Well, I mean, that's the thing. But Bez, if you want to do it that way, then there you go. You can. If that's how you feel, then that's the beauty of it. You can approach it that way. If that's what you think is the way to go, then absolutely go for it that way. But, you know, I'm just saying, it's not really necessarily that it's forcing you to do that. That's the way you want to do it. As you think it should be that way, then you've already made your choice. You have a teleport top right of the mini-map. You can use it like once every 3 hours, I think. It'll teleport you to the capital city. That's the quickest way to get out of a dungeon if you can't find your way out. Click that little green icon. Well, it's not really PvP because most of the world is safe. And it depends on what layer of the world you're in too. And it also depends on what your setting is on the PvP mode. So most of the time you're not going to get PvP'd at all. I mean, you've watched me. Who's PvP'd? I don't think I've gotten PvP'd once this entire session. And I'm on the War Mode channel. I've been on the War Mode channel for the last 3 hours. People couldn't be bothered to even look at me, really. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere doing my thing. Oh, that... Yeah, you're right. That one guy, yeah. Well, that was completely... Well, it wasn't necessarily on me at all because he was a murderer, right? You're just not used to seeing somebody like lower level attack a higher level guy, that's all. Well, welcome to my channel, man, because I am unpredictable. I was both. I was mainly a good guy for most of the time, but I had a strict lower powered PK on Catskills that I ran. But I did have a period of time at Atlantic where I was forced to be a player killer because the reputation system got all screwed up. And I got ticked off enough one day. I finally said, fine, if everybody's going to be attacking me because I'm red, because of the cheaters that hacked the reputation system, then I will go ahead and go full on PK. So that happened for a little while until we all switched back, and then I ended up being a nice guy again. Well, Ultima basically like I say, it was the kind of game where it forced you to do certain things just to survive. So the reputation system got all kinds of screwed up, and that's really what created a lot of different kind of comical situations for a few months. I can't believe this is actually, this grind kind of going slow, mainly because I'm talking so much tonight, I think, but also because this area kind of sucks. A lot of empty spaces out here, and there's a lot of mobs that aren't worth fighting, like those archers are ridiculous. Does it become slower after level 20? Not really. It's more options. It opens up at 25 more. But the leveling is always a grind, really. I wouldn't focus on the leveling too much. Kind of just play the game would probably be my recommendation. But yeah, it's definitely, nobody's leveling fast in this game. There's another bow user. We know we're not going down there. Hey, the track actually changed. That's good. All right, get out of my way, goblins. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Oof. All right, my buffs are worn out. I'm worn out. My wizard's worn out. I think it's that time. I'm going to teleport home out of here. Thanks. Or maybe I can safely... Actually, I might be able to safely log in this area. Maybe I'll try that. Let's get there's the health up to full. I think you'll enjoy some of the upcoming enemies and bosses. The mechanics are actually really good, and they slowly introduce you to them. Yeah, it's been pretty. I mean, it's for what it is. It's pretty fun. I would agree with that. I mean, you know, this style of game is what it is. It's not going to like fly off the screen at anybody anytime soon. But what's underneath is fun to tinker with. So, you know. That's why I like to do it. What's this guy up to anyway? Why is he always healing himself? He must be fighting those archers. Those things are like machine guns. He's got to be running spirit with that regen he's got going on. All right. Well, Ryan, Bez, everybody else has been hanging out and lurking and contributing and getting me into group combat for the first time in this game, and all the rest. I appreciate it. It's been fun. I've been telling stories, but I got to go eat some food and relax. It is Sunday night after all. I don't know. Is the Super Bowl over? Or has it just begun? I don't even know. I don't even care, really. But thanks for hanging out. I hope to see you guys again. I will probably be back with more Ravendawn tomorrow. And possibly some Elden Ring again this week. And if not this week, definitely by Saturday, I will have Elden Ring again on Saturday at the minimum. And we'll see how far I can actually get into that game. I'll make it work, maybe. I don't know. I don't make any promises, though. We'll see. But I'm out of here. You guys have a good one. Bye-bye.